What's up? Zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. What's up, folks? Raid, raid, raid. Yep, that is a 24-hour loop of what's going on right now over the continental U.S. The green's more rain, snow mix. The blue and the purple are predominantly snow. Yellows, oranges, and reds are like heavy rain, storm activity, shit like that. Nope, this is Canoes. Wizard's not here yet. Snow can be green. Sometimes it's rain, sometimes it's not. Hey, with all the chemtrails going on, who knows what color that snow really is. Yeah, this is a combination of satellite, visible satellite, and radar. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be where Jen is up in Newfoundland, man. All that rain pushing up north over the Atlantic is going right towards her. She's going to get wet. Looks like the shit over in the Pacific Northwest. Looks like that's going to hit Bruce. And some of it's going to hit Battery. Hi. Yeah, I didn't read the article, but I saw a headline today that says there was some new news on the Edmund Fitzgerald. I can't imagine what they could have found. I don't know exactly what the date is, but yes, it did sink in November. Yeah, winter storms on the Great Lakes can be fun to watch because they do some weird shit. If it gets cold enough, all the spray and everything freezes up. And like on the lighthouses and the piers and the docks and any trees that are nearby, and it just makes fantastically bizarre looking like ice sculptures. Am I echoing? Is anybody else hear an echo? Yeah, it might be on your end, Woody. Try refreshing. Yeah, I do have my microphone set a little on the high side. Let me go. Yeah, it's my audio controller is kind of goofy. It does whatever it wants to. I turned it down a little bit. I'm going to turn that radar off because it's killing my bandwidth. Sound better now? Okay. Yeah, that audio controller. I'm having audio issues with this laptop. It used to do this quite frequently. I'll set it for a specific audio level and it'll just raise itself or lower itself whenever it fucking wants to. Let's see if that makes a difference. Okay. Wizard said he was going to be up at the top of the hour. But here's a link if anybody wants to come up. All right, take care, Deb. Thanks for the raid. What's up?
Oh shit! I can hardly hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Uh-oh.
Can't.
No, you're good. Yeah, I have a time delay thing going on. I don't know what's going on. No, here, let me turn off my. Here. I'm in my truck still. Okay, testing.
Yeah, we hear you
This
fine.
sucks. Yeah, it's weird though, because I'm hearing myself like 5 seconds later.
You get another tab open somewhere.
No, I don't. Well, maybe let me look. Well, I shouldn't look at anything. No, I probably do. I'm hey, I'll tell you what. let me shut everything off and start over.
All right. Hey, brother Bill, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, I suppose.
Well, so what's new? Anything?
I'm looking at the news right now.
Ghislaine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Coming from the Gateway Pundit, Ghislaine Maxwell trial opens. The FAA accidentally reveals over 700 previously unknown Jeffrey Epstein flights.
Yeah. Yep. And the resigning of what's his name, who was in oh crap, not Jeff Bezos. Who's the other guy? Freaking the Twitter guy.
From Twitter, yeah. I saw that someone else on the board is taking over his position.
Yeah, I think that has something to do with what's going on.
Jeff Dorsey.
Yep, I think Jack Dorsey.
Yeah.
I think that's got something to do with this Maxwell thing. Seems kind of too close to being back to back for this to be inadvertent, you know. Yeah, a lot of people are kind of running and hiding right now. Cockroaches are scampering. Stuff is coming out that we're not getting to see because it's a closed trial. And I don't even know if the trial's even happening here in the U.S. It might be going on down in Guantanamo.
There is a good possibility that that's true because I have not watched it yet, but Monkeyworks dropped a video a couple hours ago, and like I said, I didn't watch it, but the graphic on it showed a Coast Guard business plane, so maybe they are taking private flights down there for her trial. It wouldn't surprise me one bit.
So
there's flights in and out of there all day, every day.
Everyone was outside of the courthouse waiting all freaking day. And there was no evidence that she was even in there or any trial going on. Yep. And they're saying, that maybe she's on trial down in Guantanamo because there's some other, transportation elements that went to Guantanamo.
Yep. And if so, then she got her wish and she got out of fucking New York because, she's been complaining for months about how, the treatment is up there and the conditions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, whatever.
So it's everything sketchy, everything that we are hearing and seeing. And you think that this would be the top story of a true and reliable mainstream media, but not to mention nothing. So this is more of that are made and why they're not covering the most critical things that should be covered. Anywho, the word battleship on there. I'm just looking up some stuff about the Iowa, the battleship Iowa, USS Iowa, and they are fully armed, ready to roll.
Oh.
The Iowa.
It wouldn't surprise me, because there's still 4. Okay, her sister ships, New Jersey, Missouri, and I can never remember the fourth one. But one of them was turned into like a museum ship in Long Beach, and I think the other one on the Atlantic coast might be a museum ship, but probably been closed for COVID, for the last 2 years. So they're probably updating.
There's an old one. There's an old one. I think it might be in Port Arthur, Texas, but it's down in Texas. It's an old one, and it's wood and steel, and it's privately owned now, and they have done a lot to fix it up. So I don't know what's going on with that, but yeah, there's some stuff that is still mothballed. There wasn't just the Iowa, the USS Iowa. There was the Iowa class ship.
Yeah.
And that means there's more than one, Iowa class ships.
Mm-hmm.
They don't call it a class of ships unless there's more than one of them.
Yeah, and all those ships, at least some of them received upgrades back in the 90s because a few of them went over to the Persian Gulf.
Yes, they did.
For Sandbox 1.
They went to the Persian Gulf, and they also went to...
in fact, the first shot of the fucking war was fired off of New Jersey, I think. Either New Jersey or Iowa.
Yeah, and they were launching all kinds of really modern rocketry.
They had drones back then that they were little RQ Ravens, the handheld ones.
Yeah,
and then the ones that they could launch off the fantail with a little rocket booster.
If we dropped a battleship in the China Sea, the Chinese would definitely be leaving the. They would be leaving the Filipinos alone and Taiwan. Just one battleship. That would just the presence of it.
That depends on how upgraded they, make that thing because.
Oh, dude, you don't. I was shocked at the USS Iowa. I was shocked at everything what they were showing on there. Everything's totally upgraded. Oh, it's got unbelievable array of weaponry on it.
Well, the way that the Chinese operate, for taking out their plan for years has been to go after our carriers, and they want to do that with missiles. So, I don't know if Iowa class ship can defend itself from a whole fucking barrage of, say, 20 to 50 missiles. It would have to act almost like a carrier and have a fleet group around it, to provide support with more.
That's what it would be.
Yeah,
it'll be like a mothership.
Yeah, you'll have a couple cruisers and a bunch of destroyers around it too.
Love the idea.
Yeah.
Because they have no idea of what we got outside of those classes of ship, you know. And
We still got like 15 frigates in mothballs in Pennsylvania at Philadelphia Naval Yard.
I'm a big fan of frigates.
Yeah.
They're maneuverable to get in and out of places, and they definitely show a military presence.
Oh yeah.
Naval.
All the ones that they got in mothballs, I think, were upgraded to the vertical launch system instead of the single arm launcher. And they've got, you know, 5-inch gun on the front. They got a Sea-Whiz on the main structure.
The Iowa has. Yep.
And they can carry 2 helicopters.
The Iowa has the Sea-Whiz and all that. Yep. Yeah, that would be definitely. I don't.
Not to mention the 16-inch guns.
At the sheer sight of this behemoth, that should be a massive deterrent.
There's nothing like having like a Volkswagen coming at terminal velocity at you when the 16-inch guns go off, because that's about the size of the shells.
Torpedoes on that thing wouldn't be shit.
Oh.
There isn't any torpedoes that would even hurt that ship.
Well, that's if they've kept all the armor that they put on them over the years, which I'm sure they probably did.
Well, I've been looking up information about torpedoes too. I should have been a Navy guy. I should have been in the Navy, but I went in the Army.
Yeah, we got interesting torpedo tech.
Yep, we do.
You ever hear of a MOSS system? MOSS?
Yes.
That's, late 80s, early 90s tech, and it's still fucking badass.
World War II stuff is still badass.
Yeah.
To have that in your possession, oh man. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter what it is. It's just the propellants are different and stuff.
Well, the MOSS is more like a drone that looks like a Mark 48 torpedo. Mm-hmm. And what they do, will launch one off, and it mimics the noise signature of any kind of ship that you want it to mimic, so that you can use it as a decoy or whatever.
Yeah, that I didn't know.
The thing is, cool. They don't use them that much though, because they're super fucking expensive.
Well, I was actually looking at Norway's torpedoes and Germany's torpedoes, and they all kind of got the same thing. Germany's got torpedoes, and they've got subs.
Yep.
They've got stuff going on in Germany that we're not privy to, because they're limited on their manpower for the military.
Yep, they still have restrictions from World War II.
Yeah, so they've got other ideas. Germany has other ideas.
Yeah.
In fact, what they could do is find another loyal country and arm them with the stuff they have, because the stuff they have, we're not privy to. We don't know what they have. We're not allowed to know what they have.
Oh,
So,
I'm sure we know most about, most.
we know quite a bit, but they've
Because,
got.
We got allies, but we don't just take granted what they tell us. Like the old saying goes, trust but verify.
Yeah, I know, but it's like any good military leader is they have their central core group. Like any, they have their central core group, and then they've got layers to that onion.
Oh, yeah.
And what actually gets out to the outer layer is, I'm sorry, I'm hearing some noise there. I don't know what it is.
Sounds like an EAS tone.
Is that my fan? Is that my heater turning on? Sorry, guys. I can turn it off here.
I don't know what it is. It's kind of a alien noise or something.
Can you hear it now?
Yeah.
Faintly.
So any good military leader knows, you're going to have your inner core group, and then you got another layer outside of that, and then you got another layer outside of that. We have things going on in our country that no civilians know about. It's not going to leak out.
Nope. In some ways, that's a good thing.
Yeah, in some ways it's bad because some of that stuff may be aimed at us. And frankly, I have questions. I mean, going back to the Ghislaine trial. So Comey's daughter is the prosecutor.
Comey.
James Comey. His daughter is the prosecutor. And James Comey.
Oh, the ex-FBI guy.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
His daughter is the prosecutor in this case. The second, and that's what the other thing that they're tracking is her movements. And she is, Comey actually had a close relationship with Ghislaine and Jeffrey.
No surprise there.
He knew them really close. And now his daughter is the prosecutor. I find that quite a bit of a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
And the next thing you're going to say is Epstein didn't kill himself, right?
I wasn't going to say that.
I will.
Because I think you already know that.
I don't think he's dead.
Is Wizard coming on tonight?
He said he would be up around the top of the hour.
Well, I've got something that I'm sure you guys will love to talk about, and I'm afraid that it might give him a heart attack. So I'm going to put it in private chat now. It's pretty scary.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of scary things in the world right now. Probably won't surprise me.
Yeah, if you, I don't know how to pull it up with one screen. I don't know how many people are even in the chat, but
I see it.
Black goo is now a reality, kids. So for all you kids at home with the conspiracy checkoff sheet, the bingo card, could happen now, where they're one step closer to the black goo being real.
I'm guessing you're talking about nanotech.
They now have America's nanobots are self-replicating. And once robots don't need us to duplicate, then they don't need us.
What's up, Smiley?
What's up, Canoes?
Smiley.
Oh.
Evening, Smiley.
What's up?
And as usual, someone predicted that years ago.
Yep.
Michael Crichton wrote a novel back in the 90s. I believe it was called Swarm. and it had to do with self-replicating AI-infused nanotech.
The first version of AI started out as fuzzy logic. And that was where they could use, where they could actually learn. That was to teach them how to learn outside of, and be able to use kind of deductive reasoning robots. And that goes back to Furbies and stuff. That's when they were pioneering it.
So Canoes, the name of the Michael Crichton book was Prey, and it was about a swarm of these creatures.
That's right.
So we always conceive these things. Our movie makers and everybody conceive these things, and then all of a sudden later on they actually happen. Nobody believed that cloning was even possible, and here comes somebody in the UK starts cloning sheep.
I thought China was all about that.
Are they creating things based on fantasy that they see in the movies, or does Hollywood have an inside scoop and they're sharing it with us?
So I'll explain. Being at a research institute before, the different departments, they have friends that hang out together and introduce each other. So like at Harvard, MIT, or whatever, and so they know the current research that's going on. And so they, the English department type of people will just add it into their story. That's all that, or the film people will add it into their story with a little twist to it, But they know the current research that's going on. They're not inventing it. It's just that the current research that's going on is not in the public interest right now. Like the public isn't really interested in it. They don't see the implications. They don't really care.
That's plausible what you're saying, but it may be even more than that. I think that things come out of people's imagination before any of it.
Well, very particular things don't come out of people's imagination, like specific technologies. They don't, like for example, I had an idea that they were using fiber optic wiring in, stealth airplanes now. And then I searched up fiber optic wiring, and it's actually true. But the only reason I thought of it is because, fiber optics, lightweight, all that. But I didn't invent the idea. It's already been there. They've already been doing the research on it. I just didn't know.
Let's use an example of Captain Kirk with their communicators. And it was basically the concept of the flip phone. Beam me up, Scotty. There's no intelligent life down here. And we saw that nobody ever conceived that there would be a actual communicator, which then became a phaser. Started out as just a communicator, then it became a phaser. Now we have phasers. The Army actually has been testing phasers, and they began testing them. They're like sound phasers,
right?
And they began testing them in Iraq, and they were able to. They'd use these on people, and their guts would start to get, they'd feel real sick in their guts and everything. And it was just tones that are projected. And then they went into frequencies. And then when they went from frequencies to other stuff, anyway, they were able to, they're planning on using it on us. And they're probably using it on us right now with 5G. So they can basically boil your guts from the inside and make you.
Yeah, like a microwave.
Exactly. Fall on.
A microwave basically does.
What do you think 5G is? It's all microwave.
I don't know, because I looked at like satellites. Satellites are beaming at usually 24G. So, and they're beaming to Earth. They're everywhere. The 24G, even on like military ships, the radar, that's mostly 24G.
Right, but when you adjust the when you can turn up the power, turn down the power on a particular frequency, and if you get the power high enough, you boil their guts, and you turn it down, and they just in a constant state of like lightheadedness or whatever.
Some of the most powerful ones I've seen were on the, space satellites, and then on, like the F-35, its radar on the front, it has a beam that's very strong and could go through objects, so that it can't be blocked with dust storms, foil, shrapnel stuff dropped in the air. So it's very strong, but you wouldn't want to stand in front of that, when it's actually on.
So light, the color of light and everything is on a wavelength. It's got a wavelength, right? And so a red wavelength would be different than a green wavelength. So what they do is their experiment. Well, I know, but not everybody does. And I'm not sure that I do fully, but all I know is there's light wavelengths and there's what they call alpha waves. They've tapped into the brain wavelengths on the human brain, and they know what affects biological sentient beings and how to affect animals. They've done all these tests on people, on pets, on everything. They already know what will bring your ass to the ground without firing a shot. They already know this stuff, and they eventually will use that on us.
Smiley, can I ask you, going back to your...
Yeah, so I just want to say something real quick. That type of scan that they do is electroencephalogram on the brain. So I knew somebody who was doing that, research, and they're getting better at higher resolution, like 32, probe caps. But it's not as crazy as, it's not as high resolution. Mostly it's all category recognition now in the research institutes. It's not very high. Like they can't decide exactly what you're thinking, like the exact picture, but they could predict based on your own baseline what category you're thinking if they have samples on your particular brain.
Let's see,
Woody.
Yeah, real quick. I liked up the same thing you did, and I saw what you were talking about with the 24G coming in. And then I watched a video and looked at a couple other things, and it talked about, like, today my phone says it's 5G, but I guess true 5G is going to have to be very localized. So they were saying, like, there's going to have to be a point in almost every city block. If that's the case, then you would have a more direct signal, and I would think a higher rate of frequency or whatever. I'm not a scientist, man.
It's a shorter wavelength.
But you think just the proximity to you alone would be inherently more issue than one beaming from outer space.
So before they had to use like right now still they have to use very strong 5G signals, but it's very directed. These are directed antennas, right? These are not omnidirectional. They're directed to other, let's say rooftop, antennas.
Right.
So and they're very high up. And then the other thing is they're trying more to move now to mesh networks so they can use less power on each antenna, right? So before it's just big antennas with a whole lot of power that you can't you don't want to really stand in front of those rooftop antennas when they're on.
Don, he's right about Don T would know a lot about this. What Don T would know is something what I would know because I'm into radio geek stuff too. But he's a ham operator. I'm not. So you'll probably take his word for it before you will mine. But what I do know is that a shorter wavelength, the shorter the wavelength, when you hear the word 5G, that's a much shorter wavelength than 2G. So 2G, you could get away with having antennas scattered far and wide. They didn't really need to be close to each other. 5G is such a shorter wavelength. That's why they've got them on every city block because it's a shorter wavelength.
So
what the shorter wavelength has the ability to do is penetrate really, really hard stuff with a lot of power. A longer wavelength doesn't penetrate like that, but it has a longer distance because it's a longer wavelength. 5G has nothing to do with the wavelength.
Ghost, do you see what I'm showing you?
No, because I'm looking at the chat. Also,
it says
those are my two 5G antennas. Those are directional antennas. I've been messing around with 5G myself, and they go all the way up to the 5.8 something, channels. But they do have better penetration, and so right now there's software that blocks you from from turning up the power, you can override the software and turn up the power on it or get amplifiers. So you can do all this yourself now. But directional antennas, the reason why I like them is that it's not wasting a bunch of energy, in all directions. I know what I'm pointing at. So I basically have 2 directional antennas that I'm pointing right at a router.
I understand that. And I know why they're directional is because of built-in ground plane.
Yeah. So yeah, but like these are smaller antennas, obviously, but they basically have way bigger versions of these antennas.
What gives it its directional capabilities is the ground plane on it.
Yep.
And you're not expected to know that being a user of it, but that's
yeah.
what
I looked it up. I looked at the antennas. That's why I bought this particular model.
Right on.
They have a bunch of crap ones like that aren't really doing what they say.
Yeah. So they also have omnidirectional ones that you can get.
Yeah.
It means they go all different directions.
Yeah, those are usually for like if you're trying to target a drone, you want the drone to be omnidirectional so you could reach it from any angle.
Right.
No. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Unless you have a cluster of directional antennas that you're rotating like a radar setup. But I don't want I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to beam at specific things and I know where the objects are.
Is that safer?
It's safer. It's safer because you're not getting all that, that omnidirectional in every direction. I'm beaming it where there's no people in between the antenna and the router.
See, I'm understanding what you're saying because the principles never change, even though the technology does. But the principles are always the same.
So now if they were beaming these straight at people, that would be, let's say a bigger version of the antennas I have, and if they turn up the power and they're beaming it at people, that is probably not healthy. I wouldn't want to be in front of them.
No.
But I don't know who regulates that officially, because every time they upgrade a phone, it may get more and more and more. And 2, I don't necessarily want something being beamed into my crotch.
It's the Federal Communications Commission.
So if you search up how to override the software on your Wi-Fi cards, right? You could do it. It's illegal. It's a felony to do that. But the software's there. I could show you how to do it, but it's a felony for me to I'm not going to do a demonstration on the internet about it, but you can turn up the power on these antennas, even the ones I have. But like I said, I'm not doing anything malicious. I know that you could probably point them at directions at people, but that's malicious behavior.
Yeah, for all those
but
watching,
I wouldn't,
listening,
and you wouldn't want to share that with people.
Exercise only. Do not try this at home.
And you wouldn't want people doing that to people they don't like their neighbors, That would be that's very nasty, what you could do with radiation in general.
Oh yeah, like I said in the
chat. I'm not talking about being anything malicious to anybody. I was just concerned about 5G because I carry my phone in my front pocket. I'm a dude. I put it in my pants, and if there's a high frequency beam that I need to be concerned about, it's going to be going to my phone to check my weather every once in a while. I don't want that next to my reproduction.
Yeah, so your phone's card is always throttling down to save power. It's not like the one on my desktop with these antennas it's going to be more powerful than your phone.
Smiley?
I test it because I do have I have one of the modern phones and I test that, to see what what power is.
I have a really, really important question for you, Smiley.
Yeah.
Have you learned how to do the Vulcan mind melt?
Tell me your ways.
When you do, I want to learn from you. I want to learn how to do the Vulcan mind melt. I haven't figured that one out yet.
It's probably done with magnets. That's all I'm guessing.
Magnets.
Who needs karate when you can do the Vulcan mind melt?
A 2 magnets sandwiched with bullshit is the key.
Yeah. Magnets are cool, especially from the fMRI, the imaging with, like MRI machine, but functional. So it's taking snapshots. And it's cool because, just magnetizing the hydrogen particles that we have all over our bodies, it basically resonates an image, a signal back, and you're seeing that resonance, and you're basically seeing through a person. That's cool, just with magnets.
Right.
Yeah, so the ability to see through things. I mean, you could do with objects that are not living. You could just use radar radar has become very high resolution and powerful. It goes, through objects. So you wouldn't want to do that to a living person, because that's, radar. You don't want to be in front of high power radar towers or anything like that.
It's like I asked
magnet,
Don.
We don't see any problems.
I asked Don about this months ago. As far as the kind of radar that the Navy uses on their surface ships. And you see those radomes on top of, the tower on the ship that are rotating 360 degrees.
The little golf ball looking things.
Yeah, and they just, you're thinking, okay, you got the one, say, on top of an aircraft carrier, and you got, people on the deck and planes taking off and landing.
Right. And,
what I've always heard stories about, pilots that are flying, if they fly into that beam, they end up getting what they call funny looking kids.
I could imagine that because those are directional beams.
Yeah. So I asked Don, like, well, how do they avoid that? And he gave me a very simple and direct answer that I should have thought of. Do you remember back, in World War I when we were using biplanes and they had the machine gun in the front that shot through the propellers?
Yeah.
Okay, they had what they called an interrupter so that, the actual bullet doesn't fire when it's in, range of the propellers. They have that same tech for the radar system. So if you're launching planes in a certain direction, when that radar is revolving around the top of the ship, once it hits that direction where the planes are, it cuts out the beam. So you're not fucking with your pilots. Makes sense.
Yeah, there's a term for it, right? And in electronics, if you want to control voltage, you could do pulse width modulation, where you're changing basically the shape of the pulse. There's one that you could change the pulse of something, like in relation to the propeller, but I forgot the word for it. But yeah, it's an electrical thing, and they're probably using some type of Hall sensor on the propeller to detect when it's, how it's rotating.
Yeah.
If that's what they're doing, I don't really know. Like, obviously, that's going to be secret stuff.
So some cell phones have noise canceling capability.
Yep, they all basically do now.
To some degree, yeah. Apparently mine's not too good.
What do you got, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know. I think it's some Korean-made phone. I have no idea the name of it. I bought it. It's an aftermarket phone from Amazon that I got a deal on.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the Note 10 Plus, so I have all that, all the features and stuff.
I think it's called a Ulefone. I think it's called Ulefone.
Yeah, it's basically generic, right?
Yeah, it's got some good.
But it does what you want it to do.
Yeah, it's probably something like a TCL, if I had to take a guess.
It's got some good features on it, though.
Yep.
It's
got
a lot of TCL as a burner phone, and it's absolute garbage. But as a burner phone, just to make a call or send a text, it does the job. As far as any of its app capabilities and the Wi-Fi, it's absolute garbage.
Yeah.
It's too bad Nokia lost all their market share. Nokia really made good phones for a long time. And
Solid.
They're still big in Europe, though. They
yeah,
still have a good market in Europe. Yeah, I think they teamed up with Sony Ericsson, and they're doing a lot of joint shit with them. They still have kind of a corner in the market in Europe.
and Motorola used to make really good phones.
I have no experience.
Motorola was the industry leader for everything, and everything communications wise, and they just like felt it when they went overseas. They were the best as far as business phones and business radios and things like that. Motorola was top notch,
Oh, yeah.
and it was American made.
And then there's Don. Evening, sir.
What's up, Don?
Evening, boys and girls. How's everybody? Is this thing on?
Hey,
Five by
Don.
five.
Yeah.
Free healthcare.
I was going to say, did somebody say free healthcare?
Sure did.
But I don't want to hit, we don't need another, it's like somebody says, we don't need another hit for medical misinformation. So let's not be talking about free healthcare. Right?
Well, that would be what YouTube wants. As if you just say healthcare without free, then you might get banned.
Really? So paid healthcare or healthcare
that's not good.
bills, or that's not good.
Yeah,
it's all free
that's-
healthcare.
Yeah.
Healthcare policies.
Nightingale, how are you? What you doing?
I got some dark hot chocolate going tonight.
Did you put the dark chocolate in there separately and all that?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's better than the box stuff.
right. I melted a chocolate bar in the hot water in a dish. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the fancy stuff.
Oh man, the dark chocolate. Yeah.
Dang. Was it 100% like cacao or?
85.
Oh, okay. Still pretty good.
Nice shirt.
Well, I guess
Yosemite.
I can't find a topic.
Yosemite. It says
Can't find
Yosemite.
the top.
Don, I had I posted the deal in private chat about these self-replicating robots that are now a thing.
Yes.
And I was thinking about black goo and just how terrifying it really is.
How about Vegemite?
Yeah.
Also terrifying.
Please don't
Green
tell me
goo.
you're actually losing sleep over that, Mr. Woody. You're being sarcastic. I know you are.
I'm losing sleep over lots of things. That's not one of them.
Good.
But animals, like wild animals, are self-replicating robots, like bees. Bees are scary, especially the Africanized bees. Those are and they're robotic and they replicate.
My mash man, my brother, what's up? My brother from another mother, Mr. Platoon Mash 4077. How are you, sir?
Snorting coke off a hooker's ass.
Don't drag me down into your ditch there, Ghost. Don't drag me down into your ditch. Because
Only
I'll go. You know I will, brother.
Only recreational and only on weekends.
That's medical advice. It's fine.
Now, yeah, that's medical advice. That's fine. It's good stuff. Yes, sir. As your doctor, as my doctor, I'll take that. Yes, sir.
You got
Or
some
is that
beans,
legal
boy.
advice as
Take
my
some
lawyer?
cocaine for it.
What? Take 2 hookers and call me in the morning.
Yep.
Take 2 hookers and call me in the morning. Nightingale, what is up, girl?
Oh shit!
I
Oh shit!
hope you're
Nightingale.
okay. Did you have a rough day? I mean, did somebody? Do you want us to go beat somebody's ass? We will.
How do we go from take 2 hookers to hey Nightingale?
I'm sorry. That was
that quick. Yeah.
that was
It was
my
right there. It was almost
that was my
planned.
lack of social skills in segueing conversations. That was completely me.
It was me saying, "Hey, Nightingale, how you doing?"
Speaking of dead prostitutes,
But Ghost is the hooker guy. He brought the hooker thing. He's trying to drag us all down into his hooker ditch.
That's true.
I was just trying to bring you into a conversation that we actually could talk about.
Oh, something I might know something about. Is that what you're trying to say?
And a hotel room.
I do have a question to Yahoo that you guys might want to tackle. It's interesting. Can I read it?
Yep.
Please.
I'm a single mom going to college with my sister. We currently rent an apartment together. A couple of weeks ago, I asked my neighbor, a trustworthy guy, if he could watch the kids for 2 hours while I went to class and my sister wasn't home, and he agreed. If he babysits and doesn't accept pay, can I sue him for child support because he took on a fatherly role? I'm sure I can convince a court that he accepted a fatherly role. I say yes.
Oh my God.
That's Yahoo for you, purveyors of the worst of news.
Yeah.
So you're saying that's not a thing?
No good deed goes unpunished.
I'm here to testify.
Yep.
Yep.
Even if you're running a company and somebody volunteers to work for you, say no, because that could be a problem later on.
Right.
So
I know
from
a
the
little
chick's
bit about
perspective,
how Yahoo works. A girl that I went to school with is an executive with Yahoo, and yeah, that whole company is just fucked.
Yeah.
Okay, Don. We'll say what? Finish what you're saying.
well, from the chick's perspective, I'm not sure that I would trust anybody with my children, much less a dude, much less a single dude. But from a dude's perspective, no way in fuck am I going to take on the responsibility of your kids for 5 seconds.
Right.
Period. Case closed. End
Same
of
reason-
fucking story.
Same reason I'm not a freaking scoutmaster.
Oh yeah, that's true. Why was he doing it for free? That raised a bunch of red flags.
I wouldn't touch the Boy Scouts with the 10-foot pole nowadays.
I mean, if you
You're
were
not supposed to touch the Boy Scouts at all, the stick or not.
if you were
Organization.
Everybody else is touching the Boy Scouts. You might as well touch the Boy Scouts.
well, we don't know how much of
I'll
that
touch
is
the Girl Scouts. Thank you very much.
Those are brownies.
No, I'm not touching any little girls.
Nothing. I have nothing in common with 25-year-olds. This conversation went downhill quickly.
They did.
So,
But
It's all my see.
Fire in the ball.
see how,
in the boat.
how badly you could be ruined just for trying to be a nice guy.
And the
Don's
next thing you know,
saboteur.
what's the next step in this conversation? It's all Don's fault.
Yep, Don is the agent provocateur.
Exactly.
Brought to you by
Nothing's
Sausage
all
Gravy
fine
Biscuit
until
Farm.
Don came up here. That's Don. That son of. It was all good.
Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.
.com.
For all your cannabis needs.
Oh, I blame Don too. Exactly. See,
Hey there, Butch.
I think
So how
Nightingale has a heavy heart this evening, and she doesn't want to tell us about it.
How about the Ukraine border?
Wow, Canoes, have you been tracking over there? Because there's a lot of shit going on over there, brother.
I have not seen anything from my sources. But then again, my sources kind of took a break for the holiday.
How about China getting their ass handed to them by Duterte in Philippines?
I saw something about
Yeah, that was nice.
Duarte. Yeah.
I like that guy. He's like the Filipino version of Trump.
I agree. I like Duarte.
Yep.
When he was mayor of Philippines, he actually had fucking drug dealers executed.
Yep.
Mhm.
And he
Yeah.
said, if you bring that shit into my house, I'll continue to do it. And people fucking loved it.
I remember when he called Obama the son of a hooker.
Yeah, he did. That was funny as fuck.
I was just like,
I like this guy. We need more of him.
Friend of the family's in hospital. Just things are out of my control. Well, you know, I'm sorry. But the world goes out of my control a lot too. I just got off the phone with a banker and told him, we're done. We're done. It's over. You and your staff go over there and I'll go over there and we'll be fine.
Right. So
He didn't like that at all. He
they
didn't like
option-
that at all.
Really?
Yeah,
Is this from the Friday conversation you had?
it was from the Friday conversation
Okay,
we had.
I
Yes, sir.
didn't want to ask on here, but I'm sorry it didn't work out.
It's, you know, it's okay. I got everything's done. The loan is done. I have a certificate of occupancy and his bank, he continues to, I got a bill today. This is funny. You're going to love this. They needed a certificate of well. I've never heard of a certificate of well.
What is that?
I don't know.
Like you need a well-being for you or well in your yard.
No, apparently for my well, for my water well.
a water well.
Yes.
Sounds like a permit thing.
No, it's not a permit thing. There is no, listen, there was a permit to drill the well. All of those are done, blah, 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 blah. What this is the banks lending fucktards coming in and saying, we need an additional layer of horseshit on top of everything else. Because the well guy comes to me today. They did this last night and he came today. And then shortly after he left, I got a bill for $120.
For what?
Oh, trust me. I went off. It was because the bank are the ones that have required the well driller to go out, fill out their form and certify that the well is functional. Never before has a well driller done this. The well driller stood there and he says, I've been in this business 35 years and I've never done this for a bank or a loan. And I've drilled wells from here to hell and back.
Yeah.
We have proper well. The well has been certified, permitted, and drilled to the county specifications, and it's done.
yeah, by a certified well driller.
Right. But now the bank needs an extra level of certification. An inspection that cost $120, and they're going to charge me for it. And I told them, here's a $120 invoice that they sent me. Please don't ask me where I should place this.
What are they?
That sounds like somebody's cousin is an inspector. That's a screw you tax.
What are they inspecting on the well? Are they inspecting water purity? What?
Nope. Just the well.
Functionality.
Just inspecting the functionality of the well. That thing that has already been passed by the county, the contractor, myself, and everybody else involved. As a matter of fact, the well driller's already been paid. Why? Yeah. Because he's already passed inspection.
Because he figured it all in on the bill when he billed you.
Bingo. But now this extra layer of $120 inspection is required by their closing department.
That sounds like.
So then they mistakenly sent me the bill. I turned around and sent every vice president in the Zion Bank Corp. Everybody involved with my loan, including the contractor.
There's your problem, Don. You went with Zion Bank.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
Get me started because I hate the fuckers.
I hate the fuckers too, but at the time they were the only people that would finance a fucking new home. The only people.
Right. I remember
in
that.
The entire 50 fucking states, the only people.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, we were mid-pandemic, remember?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember you dealing with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Don,
anyway.
were the well diggers and the well installers, were they insured and bonded?
Absolutely.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around the rationale. I'm sorry. So if they were
Well,
insured and
Well,
bonded,
it's
then they
just
should have
shady
covered
banking
that. There shouldn't have been a
practices is
deal
what it
after that,
is.
right?
Correct. Once they're done, they were
They're acting
inspected.
like lawyers trying to charge you for every little thing they can.
Right.
It's no, I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's a bunch of girls walking down a script about how to build a house
Yeah.
that have no concept of the other layers of inspection or indemnification that take place before all of this. They can't comprehend that. Here's another point. So I went out and I got a new insurance policy because they said we need a new insurance policy on the house. Great, no problem. I went straight to USAA and I said, insure this property. They said, no problem, done. You're insured starting right now. Whenever you pay us, they didn't say pay us $600 first and then we'll insure you. They sent me a letter, said, you're insured, done. It's over for a year. Your policies, here's what it's going to cost you. How we figure it out, how we bill it is between you and I, me and USAA. So the biller, the bank comes to me and says, until we have a paid in full invoice for 12 months, then this is inadequate insurance proof. And I told them, you know what? No, it's not. Here's the policy. It's already in effect. Fuck you in the neck if it's not enough. They didn't like that.
What a bunch of
You know what? I appreciate you guys letting me get on here and scream.
I'm glad you said something because I know I'm not going to go through Zion Bank.
Well, I got a vice president, Damien, on the phone today. The guy I originally bought the loan through. I got him on the phone today and I said, listen, I'm glad I'm moving away from this construction loan into a 30-year loan. And he says, yeah, we're already figuring out your loan modifications. You're going to move into a 30-year with us. I said, no, I'm not. Your bank sucks so bad, has sucked so bad. And I went off. I railed on this motherfucker. He said, I don't know what to say.
I like the way U.S. Bank has treated me. I would go through U.S. Bank myself.
Well, again, and I really want to iterate this. This was a new home build,
Right.
new construction in the middle of a fucking pandemic. And trust me, I came with a lot of cash. A lot of cash.
Right.
And it was only because of that I could get this thing done.
Good job. You did good.
Well, I'm not sure I did good, but I got it done.
You did the best you could.
Don,
I did all I could. That's all I could do.
Yeah.
Don, whenever people buy cars and they basically pay, they make a huge down payment, it's very important that you really hit them hard on the extended warranties and all the options and the accessories after the fact to make up the loss in interest. So if you went in with a good deal of money, they may have thought to themselves, hey, we're not going to get money over time with interest. Start adding all these little extras on.
Exactly.
Especially when they knew that you want to get into the house. It's already built.
They do that. Yep.
Well, they've chosen the wrong individual to do that to. That's all I can say.
Well, I'm
I'd file a
well,
complaint with your state banking commission and the Better Business Bureau.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I had to beat them with today. I already have a final occupancy declaration. We're done. The house is fucking finished. Any kind of add-on shit that the bank wants to put, well, the bank can pay for it.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to do anything. Fuck you.
So I'm
moving into. I'm moving into. I have a final occupancy. I have insurance on the house. That means I can move into the fucking house legally and wonderfully. And that means I can refinance the house. So I can go anywhere else and refinance a little bit of remaining principal that is left. And I will.
Anywhere. Yeah.
Republic Mortgage is a good one.
I've seen a lot of options. I feel very full of options today. You know what I'm saying? Full of options. I've noticed that interest rates are down around 2.78%, and I can make my mortgage payment less than $1,000, which it hasn't been in. Well, I don't think it's ever been.
Right. Hell, even my house here in Missouri, my big house up in the county, was $1,200 a month. You know what I'm saying?
Man. So yeah, and then I get to sell the house in the east, which I'm really looking forward to.
I bet.
That'll put a
You got
bunch of money
somebody
in
out
my
there
pocket.
that's actually keeping an eye on that place for you.
I do. I have chosen a realtor before I left out there, and she's been instrumental in being able to get the grass cut, get inside the house when she needs to, get things taken care of for us, just all kinds of shit.
Make it look like someone's still living there.
Make it look like somebody's living there, exactly. So she takes care of it. So I'm pretty
Last thing you
pleased
need
with
is one of them squatter situations.
that. Yeah, you're right. The last thing I need is a squatter situation, but you got to remember, I have cameras on every square inch of 6 and some change acres there.
Yeah.
So should there be any kind of weirdness that goes on, I mean, dude, I'd be there. I could be there in a day, and I could be in jail in 2 days from killing squatters
With a spike.
So anyway,
Well, probably with a couple Mac 10s.
you know what? You do what you need to do. Exactly.
Right.
When you need to do it.
Yeah, Maryland's got fucked up gun laws.
Maryland has some fucked up gun laws, but I do legally own weapons in Maryland, Glocks specifically.
Good for you.
So, standard fuck them in the neck applies.
With a 9mm spike.
Exactly. What is that? The high velocity lead poisoning kind of thing?
Right.
They actually make they make a bayonet Glock. There is a bayonet attachment for a Glock.
Yes, Glocks, new Glocks, all Gen 2 and better Glocks have Picatinny rails on.
Yep.
So you can mount little scopes up under them. I've seen those little laser lights and that kind of thing.
Not a spike on it.
You could do all kinds of good stuff with that. Anyway, I'll shut up now. I'm monopolizing the conversation.
My Glock is kind of rare. It does not have a pick rail underneath the barrel. They call my Glock a Generation 2.5 because it was produced around the time that they started introducing the pick rails, but not in the small concealed carry size, the baby Glocks.
Mine is same. I don't have a rail.
Nice.
I have, but it's a model 26 subcompact. So
yeah, mine's a 29.
An early, but it's also an early iteration of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I bought mine in 2000. It was either 2001 or 2002, but I think it was made back like in 97, 98. So, and honestly, I don't want a pick rail because those things, if you don't have something attached to it, it's just, the frame with the rail, they'll catch in your holster or in your clothes when you go to draw because of the shape of the rails. It'll snag your clothing.
That's why they make a Picatinny cap.
Cover. Yeah.
It's a cap.
They make a Picatinny rail Kydex holster. So you could actually put one of those lasers with, in the holster. I don't.
Yeah.
It's probably not for me. Look at Smiley being the producer here. He's on point. Now, what kind of holster is that going to go in? I mean, it's a nice weapon. It looks great and everything, you know. But how are you going to holster that?
Right.
You put a strap on it and wear it around your neck.
I built a holster for a guy that had
What do you put on it?
I built a holster for a guy that had a light who was ex-FBI. He was one of our supervisors for the security company I worked for. And I did it partial Kydex and partial leather. And he was loving it. And it was custom. It was custom. It fit his weapon perfectly. His weapon fitted perfectly with the light on it. And then
now another option, if you wanted to carry something like that, if you can get a small super magnet, like a neodymium magnet, however the fuck you pronounce that, mount that on, your belt, and just it'll hold that, any part of the gun that's steel, nice and tight and firm to your body.
so the top part where the scope is right there, he had a red dot optic on the top there. So all I did is made a slit in the top where it slid right in there, but that part was not covered. Because to do that, it would be really difficult to draw if I would have designed it with the scope.
The one that Smiley's showing right now, that configuration is illegal in a lot of places, just so you know. In order to put a vertical foregrip on a pistol like that, you would have to modify the gun to be a short barrel rifle, which is possible, but and there's kits to do it, but that's just extra money and extra bullshit.
Well, I actually did that and found out that I could have gotten a lot of trouble for it, and I took it off all the way.
Yeah.
So it was on an AR pistol.
Yep. Yeah, know your laws so you don't get fucked.
But see, that's nationwide. That's a federal thing.
Yeah.
That's NFA.
Yeah.
So, Ghost, can you design a hybrid leather Kydex holster for a complicated weapon?
I can.
Dude, I need your services.
And I actually can not only do that, but I make it look really nice, stitched. I can even do tooled leather. Yeah.
So I'm thinking about something like that for, like I said, a Glock Model 26, small caliber weapon on a leg panel, like a leg holster. Maybe some sort of I've got a Molly gear that I'm looking maybe to strap a holster to.
How do you feel about a chest rig
For holster?
Yeah.
You mean across the chest like this?
Yep. So you can cross draw.
Love that.
And wear a vest over it.
Conceal might be a problem, but dude, I like the idea of that. I love the idea of that.
And wear a vest over it, so it's not open carry. And it's a quicker draw system.
It is that. I know that.
But
Safe
I
for
don't
carry
know.
too. It's safe for carry too.
It's safe for carry too. Yes.
Yeah, because it'll keep the bad guy from being able to draw your weapon. But yeah, retention is a big part of it too. You don't want it coming out of the holster. You want some good retention on it. Stuff
Absolutely.
like that. Yeah.
They've come out with
my
some good retention systems for Glocks over the years. My favorite, they have, it's a lanyard system that you can attach to any point on your body, and it connects to the gun on the Glock, on the bottom of the grip, just behind where the magazine slides into the mag well. there's a small open space, and they make this device that goes up and fills that space, and you can basically super glue it on the inside of the magazine well so it's nice and secure. And it has an expandable steel core lanyard that'll expand to about like maybe 6 feet, and once it hits that 6 feet, it bounces back at you. Yeah.
Here's the issue with leg holster climbing in and out of vehicles. That's kind of why I'm not a super.
Oh, I know. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
And
Go
me
ahead.
being a kind of a heavy guy, there is that pocket right in your chest where you're running a chest rig. You just put a vest over it, and it helps to conceal it in that respect. But it's also convenient way. And then you could do it inside the waistband holster, but if you're heavier, it's gonna make you look like a freaking house walking down the street.
Yeah.
So that's why I was just saying chest rig as an idea. But you're gonna have the straps. So you're gonna have a strap on both your shoulders on a chest rig, kind of like a Kenai or an Alaskan rig. But that type of pistol configuration, that Alaskan rig is the bomb. That's what you use for the bigger stuff that's got accessories on it, is the chest rig.
So in a chest rig, can you rig it to where not only the weapon, but maybe a couple of spare mags and a couple of spare mags reside there also?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I need to have the weapon to do it because you've got it the way it is configured.
Yep, I understand.
I can't just go buy a dummy pistol and make a holster for you. I'd have to actually have the weapon because
No, you're right, because I have the pinky extension on all my mags. I have the low slope loader. Yeah, you're right.
You got to get a leather guy like me, to actually make it in a safe place where you feel comfortable having it with them.
That's why we're having this. I thought you were going to be my leather guy, but in fact,
I might roll down there one of these times.
Getting local people, man. I tell you what, getting local people is the hardest thing. Luckily, I stumbled upon a good mechanic.
Yeah.
And luckily, I've got a decent realtor and a builder who are hooking me up with, other people's. But with that said,
yeah,
dude,
you're only what, 2-3 hours away from him there. Well, Bill?
More than that. It's more than that.
We figured about 5 or 6.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's north of Salt Lake a little bit. I'm down here northwest of Vegas.
I used to drive down there just to go cotton bunny hunting.
Cotton bunny hunting. I know exactly what you're talking about too.
No, I'm talking about actually hunting for coyotes and cottontail rabbits. I used to go down around Tonopah all the time.
There's a bunch of cottontails around here.
Yeah.
There's the two-legged ones too.
There's the two-legged ones too. Nye County is the hookers and hookers and blow capital of the world.
The one-legged ones and the no-legged ones need some love too.
Oh my Lord!
Yeah, they call them spinners.
Yeah, they got wheels.
Oh man, there's some disgusting. I don't. You know what? I'm gonna go right. I'm gonna go. Right. Yeah.
I think my aunt had designed a. I see in the chat here a leather scabbard for the 20 gauge shotty. My aunt had actually designed a unit that would attach to the belt, the leg, and it was a holster for a full-blown shotgun or rifle. And you could sit down with it and everything as long as the chair didn't have a back. You could sit on a bench or something like that. Stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd like something like to wear over the back for the shoddy, kind of like what the dude wore in Army of Darkness.
Right.
Remember that?
Now in Vegas, there is a place where you can order some black midgets.
Hey.
I mean, if you're into that kind of thing, not that you should, but it's Vegas, okay? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, anything you want.
I know a guy in Vegas that sells some very exotic ammunition.
Do you now?
Yes, I do.
For every caliber or what?
No, just his inventory changes day to day.
So he probably does runs of certain ammo.
No, it's more like he gets his hands on estate sales and
Heat camo.
factory closeouts, and but it's all it's nothing like regular market ammo. This is all exotic shit. Like this is where you can get the special there's a acronym for it. I know you know what it is, but it's like for high velocity, armor piercing, self-forging type shit.
Self-forging.
The good stuff.
Yeah.
Incendiary rounds.
Probably lives in a 50 cal round.
Armor piercing incendiary type shit. There's
Probably lives in a 50 cal round. Probably is made from depleted uranium. Probably has a chemically modified tip. Probably has a hot burn rate. Probably has more grain powder in it than it should or legally can carry. But it's not. But it's not weird.
That should be good to get rid of some rats and home protection.
Tungsten carbide, magnesium.
Yeah.
Tungsten carbide and magnesium.
Magnesium, magnesium never stops burning. Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love magnesium. I saw it go through the flight deck. A fucking helo wheel got caught fire. I saw it go through 3 decks. And it would have sunk the ship had you not compartmentalized the fucking steering gear.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, actually, the railgun projectiles, I think that's what they're doing. Magnesium and tungsten carbide.
That's some hot, hard shit.
It goes through everything. It goes through everything. It melts out freaking.
Particularly heads with towels wrapped around them.
Oh, Lordy.
Hammer just sold one of those anodized ARs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he just sold one of those. He had $1,200 into it and traded it for a 36-foot camper trailer.
Dang.
So where I find exotic ammo, I've tried online and had no luck. But
I'll see if I can pull up the guy's
gun
link.
show. In fact, there's a thing called the gun show or something online. It's a gun show goods or something like that. It's an online website and they do have exotic ammo. So if you want bolos for your 12 gauge, oh Lord, just imagine a fully auto 12 gauge shooting bolos.
Well, stuff like bolos, you can get that like on FireQuest and stuff. It's been around for years.
So I'm facilitating this transaction. When are you going to head down there to go do Can you take this equipment with you to make the holster on location?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I'd have to do. I'd have to take the leather, the Kydex, stitching equipment, leather tools, and so on. Yep, I'd have to.
Well, figure out how much it would cost you for fuel and time, and then go from there. And you could be down there in a couple of days, right?
And work up an invoice.
I don't want to commit to it because I don't see how I can do it right now.
Okay.
What do you
I
mean?
get that. But just to be clear,
I don't want to be like other people that have let you down.
it's all good, brother. Not a problem. Not a problem. I was simply trying to make a point.
I've seen other people that have let you down on here.
It's all good. It's all good. You can ask Wiz. I don't mind paying for shit. I really don't.
I know.
That's not a problem. But I appreciate the fact that you think this through and you're like, nope, I can't do that. So that's cool. I got you. But I'll be happy. I'm still going to ask you a bunch of questions and try to find a guy down here that might do the same thing for me. So,
Because it would take me time too, you know.
I know it would. Yes, sir.
I'd be working on that sucker for a good solid 2 days.
It's a lot of effort. It is.
Yep.
And I'm sure the rig that you built for FBI dude was fucking high quality.
Yeah.
As soon as you said a hybrid leather Kydex, I was like, well, damn, I got to get some of that.
Well, he was my boss, and he actually let me do it on the job. He was my boss.
There you go.
He was training people and stuff, and he was. I was working security as an EMT for Discover Card, and so you know, whenever I had some downtime, I'd be working on that, and so he didn't have a problem with it, and it had to be kept in the security location. Yeah, it's hard to work out all those little details like that, you know.
Well, I didn't know such existed, so I'll, in the near future, if you don't mind, I'm going to have some questions for you because I'm going to try to reach out to somebody that may do the same for me from, say, Vegas or someplace local.
Now here. Okay, you might be able to. My technique and how I would do it is the leather side is the part that goes against your body. The Kydex part is the actual mold of the weapon and whatever it is. So that way the weapon snaps. It literally snaps into the holster. So you have enough retention right there. You don't even need
Yes, sir.
You don't really truly need a. It's more tactical the way I'm thinking.
I've had a couple of good Kydexes before, and you're right. They literally snap into the weapon. Snaps into the holster.
Yeah, because there's a little give in the leather, it makes it all the better. I mean, it's got a little bit of flex to it and stuff, and it snaps in, snaps out. I've never had them like stretch out.
Well, a new leg rig or chest rig, now that you've mentioned it, is in my future. I just haven't figured out what I want yet.
See, I could do a leg rig like a taco holster. They call it a taco holster. And all it is it's the Kydex just folded over. And believe it or not, I actually have a heat jig. I have a jig where I can heat it up and mash it down, you know, where it's all form fitted perfectly. So it's like a big skillet, big square skillet, and then it's got padding in it. And so when you put that Kydex in the oven, get it to the right temperature and everything, get it where it's all pliable, and then sometimes I'll have to use a heat gun to make some adjustments on things. But that's how I do it, and it really is a lot of work. I mean, in cutting it, and then I burnish. Then I burnish all the edges. After it's all stitched and everything, I burnish everything. It's really smooth. It's slick. It goes in there really nice, and it'll protect it and retain it and everything you'll need. Well, but I'm kind of low on leather a little bit too, so I'd really like to do something like that. because I could make some money to buy some more leather. But I can't even get Kydex right now. There's shortage on that. I checked on that recently
Minor emergency here.
because I was going to do some Kydex magazine holsters.
It's probably the base materials that make up the Kydex that are in, supply chain issue type shit right
Yeah,
now.
I've heard everything polymer is fucking 6 months.
Yeah.
You
You
can't.
can't put the word polymer on it and it's 6 months.
You're right. Even the damn PVC pipe you can't get right now.
Plexiglass, polycarbonate. You can't
Yep.
find, if you can find it, it's like 10 times the price that it was, 3 years ago.
Of course, another one, Don, that you might look at is a shoulder rig, just one that's right under your armpit.
I already have
Oh, okay.
custom shoulder rig, custom leather shoulder rig.
Don can play Don Johnson on Miami.
Yeah, that was good a couple years back. It was fun, but I'm just trying to do a little something different now. I actually had the shoulder rig set up for both the Glock model 26 9mm and a full size Ruger P90.
Now, here is another option for you, Don. Are you familiar with a Glock accessory called a Gentra clip?
No.
Okay. The Gentra clip, it's spelled Jentra. It's made out of spring steel, and it consists of a clip that it looks like the clip on your billfold, if you've got like something like that. And it at the top of the clip, the steel turns 90 degrees and connects to another piece of metal, which is actually it's the rear slide cover for the top of your Glock. So you mount this clip directly to the Glock through, you just replace the faceplate for the end of the slide. And it's ambidextrous. You can mount it either on the left or the right side. It mounts with 2 set screws. They cost about $30 or $40. And you put one on, instant, clip for putting on your belt or whatever you want to clip it onto. It's a cheap belt clip for your gun. Say if you're like going to carry inside your pants at the back, the small of your back or something like that, about one of the best things you can get. Don't need all the hassle of a holster.
What's that called again?
Gentra clip, Jentra.
Gentra clip. I like that.
One of these times, I'm going to show you a mod that I did with a German. It was a German submachine gun leather holster that I bought. I'm going to show you what I did with that, because a lot of times you can actually buy surplus holsters and modify them and make them work for stuff too. But it was a German. I don't even know the exact weapon. I know it was a German one. I can't remember the name of the weapon, but it's a type of a submachine gun that the German army was carrying. And it's leather. It's good looking. I mean, it's a really shiny, really clean looking leather. So I bought that. I got all the strapping and everything for it, the hardware. All I did is I modified it to make it like a shoulder carry for my for a long barrel pistol. And it holds extra magazine. And what I do in your case probably is figure out a way to make probably some slits where I could slide the weapon down into the holster and still have the optics exposed. And widen it or whatever I had to do. Maybe even use some water or something to remold it or reshape it. It's a ton of stuff. I mean, cut the end of it off, ton of things.
Well, whatever you do is going to be better than the nylon piece of shit that I'm currently sporting for my Glock. Anything and everything will be better than that.
Is it a Phobos?
No. I wished it was a Phobos. Phobos would be wonderful compared to this. This is something that came out of China / Amazon that won't even, it's fucking horrible. Hold on. That's right. We got the wonders of modern wonderness here, don't we? It's this, and it sucks very large balls.
It's paddle
okay?
style, yeah.
Paddle style sucks very large, very horrible balls. Anyway, I need to get out of this. That's all.
Okay. I might even be able to mod that holster.
Dude, that'd be fine. I just need to get something better than this, something I can carry in a respectable manner.
I've got thin kydex. I've got really thin kydex that I can slip into a lot of holsters where it gives it some form. So you keep all your padding and everything else. And it actually makes the form more rigid. Yep.
I spilled a lot of Pepsi. So you can't say this out loud. I guess I shouldn't say this out loud. But when you drop your gun into your weed, it makes a big splash. Anyway.
What I had that machine gun app that Smiley's doing, and I remember that weapon, and it shows the total functionality. It was from an app, actually.
They probably bought the stock GIF image.
Probably. But it shows how it ejects and how it chambers and everything.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
All right.
So what you got is these little teeth called an extractor. That's what's extracting the empty shell. Bang, bang, bang. Uh-oh, I see a black screen.
Yeah. I need more light. Hang on a second.
Is that a vest?
Plate carrier.
All right.
See, the people always thin out when you and I when we start talking about this stuff.
There's a lot of talented people here. There's his flag, his Gadsden flag. I like it.
Yeah, that's the holster part for my chest rig. It's all Molly.
Yeah.
You can convert it into a waistband holster or even a leg holster if you want. But it doesn't hold my Glock very well because it's a compact. So
I've got one like that. It's actually kind of a universal holster.
The only thing I can really carry in this is my 1911.
Anything that'll hold a 1911 will hold a Tokarev.
Those are fun little guns.
Same holsters work for them. Yeah, they're fun. Busy little bee.
Yeah, the only Russian guns that I've shot other than Wizard's AK was a Tokarev and an SKS.
Oh, I was gonna say one of the ammo places that sells that stuff. It might be Clark. I'm not sure. had
Oh, the
8 millimeter.
exotics.
Yeah, they had 8mm Mauser ammo, and they had old World War II Ralphos rounds.
Yeah,
that were from World War II.
This guy, okay, his website's called Gary'sGuns.com.
Yeah, I've been on that one.
Right now, they're out of a lot of stuff, but they do have 8mm Mauser, armor piercing, $450 a round. And then if you want to get really exotic, they got 50 caliber Ralphos. It's so expensive they tell you to email for the price.
Well,
then they get 50 caliber slap, which is stabbed light armor penetrating. Those rounds are $65 a piece.
$450 a round. I would buy 10 of them if it's the Ralphos. I would buy 10 of them even at that price.
They've got 12 gauge bolos, 3 rounds for $16.
I mean, I wouldn't want to burn through the bolos.
Yeah.
But I'd want to have them. Shoot them when I need them.
12 gauge flèche rounds, 3 rounds for $18.
Yeah.
And then
that's worth it. You want to get a couple of
high explosive. Here's one for Wizard. High explosive 303 British ammo. Check email to check for availability.
Right. Ooh, that's a whole new world for you there, Wiz.
I'm guessing probably $25 to $30 per round.
Be something he needed just right when he needed it, though. Just to have
now,
it.
like 308s, you can get for $4.50 a round in armor piercing. But that's just, well, I think those are just standard SS 109s. That's, yeah. They're out. The A pits for like 5.56, about $7 a round.
What you do is you buy those special little hunting sleeves that, you know, for like 30-06 and 303s and those things, and they zip open. It's a little sniper sleeve for your special ammo. That way you make sure you don't lose them and they stay preserved.
I'm the kind of guy that loads 3 rounds of tracers at the bottom of every magazine on my AR. So if the shit hits the fan and I'm, just shooting like crazy, I can tell from those 3 tracers that I'm at the end of my mag. That was a tip that I was taught by an old Army buddy of mine.
Yep.
Vietnam vet.
I already did my 3rd round in.
I don't know. I just put them anywhere in the mag just to help tune me in.
Well, a lot of people would load every 3rd round or every 2nd round of tracer.
That's how I
so
do.
they can fire at night, and get a good visual view of your track. But I don't know. Tracer rounds are too expensive for that kind of shit, unless you're planning on using selective fire.
You just need a couple of rounds somewhere in the middle of the magazine. You're on target.
We got 2 guys in the nearby neighborhood here. Each are about maybe a mile away from me, and they're about a mile separated from each other. And like every 2 or 3 days, you'll hear them practicing in their backyards. And these guys got class 3 stuff, full auto machine guns. And you'll hear the one dude who's down my street let off like 50 rounds. He's got to be running a drum on his AR, and it's just 50 rounds, full auto, no suppressor. And then like 30 seconds later, you'll hear the other guy a mile away from him go off in his backyard. They like do it back and forth. It's funny as fuck.
It's a communication skill.
I hope you make friends with those guys.
I have no idea who they are.
Well, you need to.
I got kind of an idea. The one that's on my street further down, and maybe a guy I know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Canoes, they have a round counter for even AR-15s or anything with a rail.
Yep. And that's all because of the movie Aliens.
Yeah.
I think a lot of civilians are better equipped than the military.
They are.
Yes. And that's sad. But then again, the military always buys from the lowest bidder, so
Better equipped than any military in the world right now. Our civilians are.
mm-hmm. Oh, by an order of a couple magnitudes.
Yep. Which is why they will never take our guns. As long as we keep it that way. Because I know a lot of people that have got all kinds of armor. I know people that have vehicles that are fully armored.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're that prepped. They're that prepped.
Yeah, when COVID first started, and then, in March of last year, when the first shutdowns were announced, and the lockdowns and the travel bans and everything, I remember I was at work. I was watching out the front window and watching multiple different caravans of armored vehicles, just tooling down the road. No fucking, they weren't stopping for stop signs. They weren't stopping for red lights. They just drove straight through, and it was all, basically you would get like 2 or 3 armored trucks at the front of the convoy. In the middle of the convoy, you'd have at least 1, if not 2, like big trailer campers, and then like a deuce and a half truck full of supplies, followed by another 2 or 3 armored trucks. Yeah, they were bugging out, getting the fuck out. Don't know where they went, but they left my area.
Fire in the bowl.
Nightingale says if I had the money, she'd organize a gathering for all of us to go to the gun range and then cook up some Mexican barbecue. Well, we did that 4th of July.
Yeah, we did.
Amen.
Yeah, we did right here in the land of Oz.
Oh, I just realized I was muted.
Yeah. Yeah, let me pack my bowl up.
But that would be amazing, Nightingale. That would be amazing. I would love that. Party in the desert of Don.
Hell yeah.
That'd be all right.
I wonder if Don's familiar with a YouTuber. I know you are, Bill. Mix Up 98.
No.
Oh, yeah. Look up sometime on YouTube. Guy's name is Mixup98. And he's in somewhere in Nevada. And older guy with his son. And they do all kinds of gun reviews and just crazy shooting stuff in the desert.
Well, once I get in the house, then I plan on doing some crazy shooting in Nevada because there's a lot of places to fucking shoot out here. Jesus Christ, including my backyard.
Right?
Is it true that most of the road signs are like all shot up once you get outside the cities?
No, that's not true. All of the shot up road signs have now been replaced with new road signs.
For now.
For now,
Well, Don goes back out again.
till I go back. Exactly.
Yeah, they're fresh
Of course, you know,
targets.
Yeah,
The Jeep was in the Jeep there for a month or two, so
the residents
that gave
keep
them a chance to catch up.
the metal shops at the prisons, in full gear, I'm sure.
Now, Don, they're probably the Nevadans probably are going to take a shine to you because they know you're not from California.
You know what? I've heard that already. People are like,
they're kind of happy to have people move into their state if you're not from California.
yeah, they're really sick of the California.
Or Portland or Seattle.
Just most of California. Nobody wants Californians. Nobody.
Pahrump is full of Californians. It's all Californians, but it's all conservative Californians. It's like all of the Californians that escaped San Diego now live in Pahrump. On their July 4th parades, they have Trump parades. They have fucking Trump flags and fucking. I am not kidding. It was so awesome. I was like amazed.
Now,
Right?
see, when you first said that a minute ago, I was kind of surprised because I would figure that in Pahrump, anybody from California were like leftovers from Burning Man that never made it back home.
It's not what I'm seeing.
Well,
the
I
Burning Mans
understand
are all in Vegas. They're all the artsy fartsy types. Apparently,
Nah.
everybody, all the Californians in Pahrump are all extremely conservative,
Gotcha.
very rebellious. You know what? We have a remote mailbox, right? It's called 3M. And they have a big complex and it's a nice little office and everything. And on the front door, it has, masks are mandatory for everybody that goes in here and staff and blah, blah, blah. Mandatory masks, big, bold, black letters. And every time I walk in there without a mask. And the owner, Linda, stands behind the counter. She doesn't have a mask. She doesn't give a damn if I have a mask. Only the other Karens that come in behind me are like, well, why don't you have a mask on? The door says have a mask on. It's like, well, you know what? I don't want a mask on.
I don't take orders from doors.
Well, yeah, I know, but for Linda's sake, and Linda likes me, and I like Linda, and she's a nice lady, and she owns the joint. For Linda's sake, I try not to piss off her customers.
Yeah.
But trust me, it would be real easy for me to do it.
See, when I usually, whether they got a sign out in front or whatever, I don't go in with a mask until somebody comes up and says something to me. I'm like, that's fine. I'll just take my business elsewhere, and I leave.
I'm that guy. I'm that guy right there.
I'm like, you just don't need my business. Let's see how long that lasts for you.
Okay. I'll go. Or you'll supply me with a mask. We need you to wear this mask. Here, would you wear this mask for a minute? No, not really. All right, well, you got to leave. All right.
I will when I go up to the hospital, I'll wear a mask. Because
well, there's certain things I'll wear a mask for.
Yeah.
Like hookers and coke, for instance. I'll wear a mask for that.
Or home S&M videos.
Different mask.
Different
Well,
mask. Right.
Different mask.
It's like a Lone Ranger
More
mask.
zippers. More zippers.
Zippers, spikes, yeah, lots of shiny steel, chrome, stuff like that. Yeah. Different mask. Different mask.
Does it include spikes?
Well, I'm like you. I walk in proceeding to do my business without a mask. If
Hey,
someone
this is
wants to
my
interdict
Huckleberry.
me, then I'm not the guy you want to stop. But
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. If they get overly Karen with me, I'm just like, I might say fuck you and leave.
Throat punch. Throat punch.
Yeah,
If you get
Colonel
overly
Shaw's
Karen
in
with
the
me,
house.
then I'm scared. Now you've intimidated me, and so
I've
I have to
actually-
defend myself.
I've
Right.
actually said straight to their face, I said, fuck you. I've said it before.
I live for that moment. I
Oh,
really
Colonel
do.
Shaw in the house.
Sorry,
And
I'm trying to
Huckleberry?
be a pussy and I don't like to cuss, but sometimes it warrants it.
Well, most times it warrants it. If you've pushed me to the point where I have to go tell you to fuck yourself, then you shouldn't have started this conversation.
I don't.
Right.
I've actually mastered not cussing when I hit my thumb with a hammer. All right, I've actually mastered that. When you come in my face and start talking about masks and shit, I may say fuck you.
There's my Huckleberry. We got a Huckleberry in the chat.
And I don't
Salute,
use it
I
as
lost a
killing
puppy
word.
dog.
salute Colonel Shaw.
Are you okay?
I say it very emphatically.
You are my good girl. Yes, you are. My love is girl. Are you all right? How is your leg?
Yeah.
Hey, Colonel Shaw, howdy.
Yes, little girl.
We have some ASMR with Don.
I was just gonna say, give the puppy some love.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is my mic on?
Yep. Loud and clear.
I hope you're talking to the dog.
All right. Well, you saw a softer side of me. You saw the less than fuck you in the neck with a spike
no.
side.
Right.
Them's puppy dogs.
Watch this. I got puppy dogs.
Wizard does the same thing, so don't give me any shit.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, Wizard had his big litter. What was it, 9 that you had, Bill?
Yes.
One of my regular customers who lives like a couple houses away from the store, about 5 days ago, I don't know what kind of dogs he had, but his female dog gave birth to a litter of 13 puppies. 2 of them died during birth, and another one died a few days later, but now he's got 10. Yeah, he's got 10 freaking puppies.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden. I'm the president. I just want you to come in the Oval Office with me. Just tell your parents you have some presidential business. I want to sniff your hair.
My name is Joe Biden. Fucking Tommy Chinese boot-licking, ass-licking piece of shit.
Bring all your little friends. I have candy.
Oh, my Lord. Joe Biden is Chester the molester.
I have candy.
Ghost, your mic's on.
My mic's off? I thought it was on.
No,
It was on.
That wasn't me.
Okay. Plausible deniability.
That was
That
your
was-
president.
That was the spirit of Maxine Waters from 187 years ago, or whatever it was.
The ghost of Joe Biden.
Joe Biden.
Yeah, sometimes his ghost just comes out of his body and then comes back in occasionally.
He was an OBE.
Oh,
I heard a really good one the other day. Apparently, Meghan Markle is not giving up the thought of someday later running for presidency, which cannot happen.
Actually, they're
as
trying.
long as-
Hillary is in their lineup. They're going to take down Joe Biden and put Hillary in there.
Yeah.
That's
Or
what
Chelsea.
they're yeah.
Chelsea might try in the future.
Yeah.
She's been doing a lot of touring and, what seems like campaigning, even though she's not a politician exactly.
Kamala, I'm done now. You can come out from the desk.
I feel sorry for Chelsea. She got the raw end of the deal throughout her entire life.
Come out.
Bill ain't her daddy.
Yeah.
And she has to play it like he is for her entire life.
I know. And if you do, if you look it up, you might find it somewhere on the internet. But I've actually seen these pictures of her and Webb Hubble.
Mm-hmm.
And I swear, that's his daughter. That is totally his daughter.
Yeah, that is totally his daughter there.
Does not look like Bill in any way, shape, or form.
And you know that the reason she got plastic surgery done on her face was to, discredit those accusations.
See, there you go.
And I thought, and if you look at before and after photos, she never should have gotten that fucking surgery because she actually looked kind of cute back in the day.
If he wasn't her father, he'd be dead.
Yes.
This is what she looked like back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's the daughter of Webb Hubble.
Yeah, she has a face made for radio.
Yeah.
Somebody's got a low flying plane.
That sounds like an innuendo.
Well, no, I heard it through somebody's microphone. A small plane flew over.
I live next to a highway, and a lot of planes do pass by, so I don't know. Could have been me.
There's the scandals, the layers of the onion of all the scandals with the Clintons. You'd never get through them all to get to the middle.
No.
Nope. Not in this lifetime. Not for me, anyway.
Because they go way back before the Clintons were really even in the public eye.
Just when they were starting out, in college.
Oh, they go back to the birth of Bill Clinton.
Yes. What's the story on their parents? I know quite a bit about them, but I never heard anything about Bill's parents and hers.
Well, I'm not sure which one it was, but it's either Bill or Hillary. One of them is actually related to the Queen of England.
Oh, shit.
If you track their lineage back that far.
Well, there's another conspiracy theory. I don't know if it's true or not. It seems likely that Bill Clinton's mother was actually had relations with Joe Kennedy.
Ah,
Oh,
Ew.
now that's interesting.
Yeah.
so the Clintons slutting it up out of Arkansas into
The Hamptons.
Kennedy. That's Massachusetts boys.
Oh,
That's some
Good.
Massachusetts liquor runners.
Well, that's probably where he learned his running around ways. He had
Well,
Kennedy
that's
blood-
we
he had
know
Kennedy
that the
blood in him.
Kennedys made. Yeah, Joe made all his money in liquor.
Yeah.
Prohibition.
Yep.
And they knew that he was a possible candidate to become president and stuff. So they took
But if Joe was hitting Clinton's mom, then oh my God, the genetic possibilities now all of a sudden.
Jesus. Well, what social circle would they have been in where they would have crossed paths?
Oh, dude, that's that early Epstein Giselle social circle.
Old
Were
money.
the Clinton's parents in that too?
Clinton's parent. I don't think Clinton comes from old money. I think
That's
he's
what I'm trying to figure out. Like, where would Joe?
No, Clinton's mom supposedly was a waitress.
Oh, there you go.
She was sent to Joe Biden or not Joe Kennedy's office, and to make some extra money for whatever.
So she's pulling a Monica Lewinsky lap job. Then is that what I'm hearing?
Yep. And she was divorced. She was divorced and stuff, and she needed some extra money, and she was just
Gotta make that money, baby. Money maker.
I'm not passing judgment there, but man, that is that's amazing if that came together like that. Talk about full circle.
What?
Talk about explaining a lot of shit too.
There's a light bulb going off.
So how does Bill Clinton get his college paid for and everything if his mom was nothing but a waitress?
And
How does that happen? It's called hush money. She got pregnant and they paid her off. His dad was nowhere to be seen. He was out and screwing everything in town. Clinton's dad.
So he has genetics, he has nature and nurture working against him when it comes to womanizing.
Look, well, the first thing that I heard when he first got into the public eye about being a potential president, my Democrat cousin said, "My, he sure looks like a Kennedy." And it dawned on me long after when I heard this conspiracy theory that, well, when I heard the theory, I was like, that kind of makes sense to what my cousin said a long time ago. He looks an awful lot like a Kennedy. There you go. See?
Wow.
See? Look at the resemblance. He looks like a Kennedy, just from a different mom. That's all.
Well, and keep in mind also Bill's considerably older than John Kennedy too in that picture. So with age, they would have looked even closer.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had 30 years, 40 years onto John F. Kennedy.
Well, look at the other Kennedys. That other Senator Kennedy. What the hell was his name?
Ted.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Ted, you do look like.
There you go. Just look at an array of all the Kennedys, and you can see it in Bill Clinton.
Is there a Teddy? There's got to be a Teddy Bill. Look at the hairline.
Yep.
And Bill's hair is whiter than that now too.
Yep.
Holy smokes!
Oh, Bill looks like shit now.
Yep.
He's facing a lifetime in prison, so he should be.
Well, from his medical issues.
Yep.
When he came out of the hospital last time, oh my God, he looked like he was dead, walking corpse.
He's just dark circles around his eyes, just a withered up little old man. You'd be too if you were married to freaking Hillary.
They should put his head in that little flying saucer like they did in Futurama.
Look at that resemblance. There's so much resemblance to the Kennedys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that last picture you had looked a lot like Ted.
It had something to do with the Arkansas Highway Patrol procured a girlfriend for Joe Kennedy, blah, 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 sent her up there, shipped her up there. She spent some time with him and blah, blah, blah. And they paid her off hush money because she got knocked up. And then all of a sudden, she's got tons of money. His wife his mother had tons of money suddenly, just into her bank account.
Who was the Kennedy that drove off the bridge into that pond and killed that girl? That was Ted. Yeah, Martha Moxley.
Yeah.
No, Martha Moxley was the one up north. The girl that he killed was Mary Jane Kapitnik.
Okay. Yeah. All before my time.
Ted Kennedy had a secretary come to him and say, "Ted, I think I'm pregnant." And he said, "Whoa, slow down. We're going to cross that bridge when we come to it."
Yep.
But not only that, but he didn't turn himself after they wrecked. He went and sobered up before they called it in. That's the real big conspiracy part of it.
But to go to get scholarship and all that stuff, go to college, blah, 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 which who knows if he had an IQ to get him into the college, but because he knew people, he got in. Or he got the scholarship to be a Rhodes Scholar. So he's highly educated. But
is he Yale?
Most people that are highly educated like that, they had money behind them. It was an Ivy League college. I'm not sure which college it was.
I was curious if he was Skull and Bones like Carey and W and Senior and
Oxford. He went to Oxford.
Oxford?
Oxford in England, yes. That's where he went to college.
Arkansas boy, no money, goes to Oxford.
Yep.
Okay. Living a dream, baby.
Yeah, because Joe Kennedy, couldn't keep his zipper shut. But the money's no object to these people. And chances are they don't come from humble beginnings. Except Clinton. He came from humble beginnings, yeah, because he was an accident. He's an accident they wanted to cover up. Now go back to Hillary and her story with her affair that she had with Vincent Foster.
Well, we know how that ended.
Yeah. That was from an affair. I mean, they were all there. There was no marriage loyalty whatsoever.
Well, arranged marriages. I mean, honestly, our presidential system is almost becoming dynastic.
It is.
And so, I mean, arranged marriages at this point, really, would that shock anybody?
This is why I was so against the election of George Bush, or even his brother Jeb Bush, because I could see right there that it was that same family dynasty that most of us who have any ancestry from the old world, we came here to get away from it,
Right.
We came here to get away from these family dynasties that run everything, and now they've taken over again.
Well, Barbara Bush, her great-grandfather was Franklin Pierce, the most worthless president we've ever had.
Isn't that something?
So, I mean, once again, if you know these lineage, they all tie together. And even these presidents we have, they're all tied together.
And they always have been since the beginning of time.
Well, Hinckley wasn't Hinckley's parents were who tried to. Hinckley was the one that tried to assassinate Reagan. Hinckley's parents were eating with George Bush Sr. when he was vice president a week before.
You know, the troubles they had in Europe was the Habsburgs had castles in just about every country, and they were running the show everywhere. And that's the relatives of the Windsors and the royal family is the Habsburgs. They're all related, and the Tsar of Russia and all of them. They're all freaking kissing cousins, and they don't go outside of their bloodlines.
Well,
They all,
on said World War One, they were all cousins fighting.
what do you mean?
Well, you look at. I remember the old adage of when the World War broke out, one Aunt Victoria would be very unhappy with all the family because they were all related to each other through marriage. The Germans, the British,
Yeah, and they always had everyone else fight for them. It's never them. They're never the ones to die.
Yeah.
Even though they may have their squabbles and everything, they're never the ones to die. It's always us, the little people, for their maniacal, schemes and everything. And they fight over power, and their king, one king hates another king and sends us all to die. Screw that, man. I only serve one king, and that's Jesus Christ. I'm not interested in these, heathens. I'm not kneeling before them. That's why we live in America. So we don't have to kneel before heathen kings.
Amen. Fire in the bowl.
And I don't know why Dawn is not hearing fire in the bowl.
Fire in the bowl.
Fire in the bowl. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.
.com.
I always seem to come back right at the perfect moment.
No, the last kings that ruled over Spain, he had gone extremely nuts. He was Carlos, and they were so inbred from marrying their cousins and stuff that he was literally a maniacal nutcase. Now I don't know who they do have a king now, but I think they somehow managed to overcome that, after Franco and everything. And there's a king in Spain now that he's actually a pretty good guy. Spanish people love him.
Yeah, Felipe the Sixth.
Okay, yeah, sounds about right. And another cool thing about Spain, just a little factoid for whatever it's worth, they've got the most intact castles that have been maintained of any country in the world. If you ever go to Spain, you will find the most awesome castles. They look a lot like they looked all over Europe at one time, and they're still in their period form.
And even some of the ones of Moorish descent. Those things are fucking beautiful.
Well, the Palace of Alhambra.
Mm-hmm.
That was a big mosque at one time, And then when they reclaimed it from the Moors, they made it a Christian again. It started out as a Christian cathedral, and the Moors turned it into a mosque.
Yeah.
And see, that's history repeating itself. The only way that Spain could get rid of their of the Moorish takeover, they ruled for 500 years, and it wasn't until 1492, when Columbus set sail, the marriage of Ferdinand and Isabella united two kingdoms, and they with the consortium of the other armies of Europe, English and Germans, came to help them to drive the Moors out of Spain for the last time, and they finally got them all out. But they fought the Moors for so long. I mean, they just came in, they started out nice and worked their way into everything, and they just took over. Let that be a lesson.
I think a lot of things start out nice until, a lot of people start out nice until they become the majority, and then it changes the attitude. I mean, where I'm at, I could see it. I could see new groups of people come over, and when there's small groups, everybody's like, oh, they're nice or whatever. It must be nice where they're from, but when they get a big group, then they take over, they dominate. They don't have to be nice anymore.
Nope.
Especially if they're not, if they're Muslim, they're typically, they're the exact opposite of what Christianity is about. So they're going to target them, obviously, once they become majority numbers.
Well, it happened in Sicily also. It happened in a lot of countries.
But some people actually think that it gets rid of the fair weather Christians. It kind of calls the herd, and then the Christians come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because a lot of groups have people in their own groups that hold them back. A lot of the Christian, these so-called Christian churches are talking about.
Right. Yeah, I see where you're going with this. Keep going.
Yeah. Well, a lot of these so-called Christian groups now are talking about women, women preachers, women priests, rainbow flags, and accept everyone. And I mean, that's who the Muslims would take out first.
Here's the deal, okay? These Christian churches, look at them, the ones that didn't oppose the mandates and
it's okay.
and all the other stuff.
Right.
And they just stopped holding church
They just
services.
accepted it.
Yeah, they just accepted all this narcissistic.
Dude, I even heard from some of these church people that all the whole vaccines or whatever they are gifts from God, so we should accept it. Like, that's a weird way to see it. If they only met the researchers, behind this, most of the researchers don't care about any of that. A lot of the researchers are atheists. So how is this a gift from God anyway?
And they were asking, why weren't the pastors and the ministers in these churches standing up against this and saying we're having church back when they should have?
Time is the answer.
And then Canada now they've got so brazen, they're arresting the pastors and they're arresting the congregations. They're coming in with freaking arms and dragging people out of the church. You're not going to do this without your mask.
I was surprised when the police got caught, looking into the windows of even synagogues. So they even targeted the Orthodox Jews. So they must have had the go ahead from the less Orthodox Jews. They didn't care about how it looked, and there was no reaction to it. The newspapers didn't really care about it. So they don't like, and then the Orthodox Jews had this big, when Trump was running and all that, the Orthodox Jews, there was a group of them that did the whole, pro-Trump rally thing. So they already there was other groups of Jews that had a grudge against them. So when the time came for this whole, injection thing, they targeted heavy those Orthodox Jewish synagogues.
Did they?
Yeah.
You probably have a lot of that out where you live too.
Oh yeah, certain areas. But even within, like I'm saying, within a specific groups or specific faiths, not everybody's on the same page.
Nope.
So, like I said, when like for example, if the Muslims gain the numbers and take over or whatever, they're gonna go after they're gonna thin the herd basically, and then the Christians come back much stronger if they if they just hold and stay endure through all that. They come back much stronger.
During the pandemic, and I believe there was a certain religious group, I believe in the Northeast, that just flat refused to wear the mask, but yet they were also caught hoarding a bunch of masks and selling them at a huge with a huge markup. And they were either kiped from a government. I said kipe, steal from a government deal.
Clinics, hospitals.
Yeah. And then selling it back to them. And you don't hear much about that, but you would think in a time of pandemic, the worst pandemic in history, I might add, that would almost be considered terrorism. Just saying. I'm talking about the Catholics, of course.
I don't know. Somebody said if you didn't stand up when the pandemic, or the plandemic, or whatever was going on, if you didn't stand up for the and do the right thing during that time, you shouldn't be going to that church.
Right.
If they had pastors, weak pastors that wouldn't stand up in the face of doing the right thing, he said you should not even be going to that church. And I thought about that. I thought about it a lot, and that's basically where I'm at with that. I'm not going to some church that had a pastor, or the whole church, the whole congregation just decided to not have church.
Oh.
Some of them still had them, but they had them in their houses.
Is that Prince? Oh, hi, Prince.
That almost sounds like something that happened in the 30s in Germany, when religious groups and things had to meet in secret in their own homes.
It happened to the Puritans too.
It did. If you want to go back further,
yeah, but people laughed at them then.
That was the old Protestant shuffle. It was against the Catholics, then the Protestants, then the Catholics.
Yep. And you needed a license to preach and all that, so they had to hide and do it in their own basement.
The Anti-Baptists.
The Anabaptists are great.
The hierarchy of the Mormon Church is telling everybody to get vaccinated.
I'm gonna tell Russell M. Nelson you said that.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Irish.
Yet another of the 16,000 reasons that I am not a part of the Mormon Church.
Only 16,000? Those are rookie numbers.
Exactly. For me, it's a new religion, so I'm just starting my excuses.
God bless you.
Godspeed.
I don't even know who Russell M. Nelson is.
He's today's prophet. I have friends who are Mormon, so yeah, I've heard a thing or two about it.
I'm an ex-Mormon. I don't even keep up with any of that bullshit. It's a closed chapter in my life.
All they talk about now in the Mormon churches are, racism's the biggest problem affecting everywhere. Basically, they've completely sold their souls. Like if they hadn't before, they're going with the political lines.
Well, they do, because they don't want to rock the boat because of their image they're worried about.
Yep.
Everything that is all about an image.
Yeah, they're also trying to get into more countries. So they spread around they're around the world, but they're trying to gain access to even more countries. So they're trying to, just accept everybody type of deal.
Well, they pay.
It's no longer like the American styled Mormonism. This is like this globalist Mormonism.
Right. It is globalist. They pay a PR firm in New York research things, on ways that they could promote the image of their church. It's not even officially, it can't even be called a religion because it was it actually became a corporation in 1926.
Right.
So it became a for-profit corporation, and they were not allowed to claim a religious status. So
Right.
they're not officially a religion.
It's almost like multi-level marketing, the legal Ponzi scheme thing.
Yep. Pyramid scheme.
Yep. Well, they call it, when it's legal, they call it multi-level marketing.
It's still a pyramid scheme. I know it's a dance of words, dancing around the truth with words.
Yep.
I posted Missouri's how Missouri dealt with Mormons back in the day. They just had open season. They had a thing called the Mormon Extermination Order.
Know about it.
And you could just start shooting Mormons, and that was not very nice, but it worked.
Yeah, but now that the Mormons are all, super woke, now nobody's treating them like that. Everybody's all nice to them. They just didn't like them when they were super conservative, or
right?
Super, or traditional.
Oh man, you nailed it on the head, my friend. You nailed it. They're uber woke. Yeah.
Yeah, when the Mormons were traveling from, East Coast heading out west, they passed through the Ohio, which at the time was only settled in the north, in my part of the state. And they kind of ran them out of the state. They just basically told them, keep on going.
No.
Because everything out here was like 95% Presbyterian.
Yeah, the churches usually pull the strings when
at
it's
that
like
time.
running out another religious group. The churches usually make the calls. They describe the other church as false, they have a false prophet, all this stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, the Catholic Church has been powerful, and they're the ones to do that often. When you have like the Pope, apparently. Yeah.
Joseph Smith never made it to Utah, by the way. He was killed in Nauvoo, Illinois, or in Carthage, Illinois.
He did make it to the meth capital of the world, Independence, Missouri, though.
He did, and he was going to set up the New Jerusalem, the new Garden of Eden in Independence. Did you know that?
I am aware of it. Matter of fact, I have visited the area that's still squared off, waiting for Jesus to come back.
Did you see
It's
Ghost?
right next to a liquor store and a crackhead.
Ghost, did you see the new? Did you see the Reformed Mormon Church? The one that I think it's in Missouri.
It's in Nauvoo, Illinois. The Reformed.
I thought they were out of Missouri.
Well, they're in Missouri too. Yeah.
Did you know that they're even more left wing than the main globalist Mormon Church?
I didn't.
Yeah, they're like hippies, and like some of the women are tattooed up. Like even after they were part of their own church, they got tattoos and all that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, super left wing woke.
Well, I'm seeing that here too.
Yep.
There's a lot of chickies running around here with the tramp stamps.
Yeah.
Yep. They don't even resemble Christianity.
They don't. A lot of it, if you ask them, it's like this idea that, Jesus died for you, so you're forgiven no matter what you do anyway. You don't have to do anything. You're already taken care of.
Well,
that's the whole new idea.
They had a really feel-good message back in the day. Not anymore.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys want any interesting reading, read the book of Enoch and the book of Barabbas that never made it to the Bible, and you'll see why they kept it out.
Irish, when you said you want an interesting reading, I thought you were going to say, read my bill, and you're going to post a link.
No, hell no.
I thought you were still bragging. I thought you were still bragging about your bill.
So here's the funny part. Of course, Barabbas was somebody who walked around with Jesus during his days, and he, of course, wrote memoirs just like John Paul, everybody, except his description of the whole situation was that
It was Judas that they nailed to the cross because Jesus had to get out of town. So, so that's basic. Like I said, I read them all, and the Mormons are crazy as crap. Shit.
Yeah, I don't get too stuck into like the history of it. I'm just going by the people I know and what's going on today, right? From
Yeah.
churches, I've visited current Mormon churches and the one in Lower Manhattan, all that, because I have friends in the church. So I've been there, I've seen it, I hear them talking about how racism is a huge problem and all that. So I don't worry too much about what happened before, but I know like what's going on today in these churches, and it's just weird. It's a weird place.
Oh yeah,
it's all political. Everything is turning woke. Everything inside all these churches.
We're letting it happen, so we should stop. You know what I mean? Just tell those people to shut the what up.
Don't go there.
Yeah.
Do what the Bible says. Withdraw from them.
Yep. Exactly.
You are circumcised from the world, meaning cut away from the world. You're not supposed to be part of them. You have to withdraw from them. What fellowship does darkness have with light?
Correct.
So how do they reconcile inclusiveness with everybody, but yet maintain the strict adherence to the business principle of only doing business with each other?
That's an old socialist type of practice that they had, protectionist, because I understand how it evolved, because they were a small group trying to develop. It made sense. So but they're not really like that 100% now.
They're like that here.
They're like that here.
It's small towns, right? Because it's adaptable to survive out there.
Kansas City.
Yeah, you should see the Manhattan Mormons, the Wall Street Mormons.
Oh no.
You should see what that's like. I experienced that.
I sort of say, yeah.
They're different everywhere you go. Like everywhere you go, they're different people.
Actually, a lot of them have a different story. I mean, when it comes to Mormons, not all of them believe the same thing because it's so convoluted. They go off in their different directions.
Right. Yep. And you have local idiosyncrasies.
But they like to play the role. There's like a role that they play so that they can say, hey, I'm one of you. It's the way they dress, the way they carry themselves, the topics, questions, the subtle ways.
It's a brand.
Subtle ways of asking you questions to find out if you're one of them.
Right. The whole idea is like people farming, being a shepherd. So like they're their brand of, that's the stock. That's their stock of sheep. Because they call themselves sheep all the time, and every single speech almost is like, "Oh, we got to be good sheep." They say the word sheep. It's not even a joke, but they're their own, the best, cleanest sheep. That's how they see it. They're a brand. They're a stock. If you're a farmer, that makes perfect sense.
Okay, which is a little bit which is farther from the Bible? Would it be Jehovah's Witnesses? Hypothetically speaking, Jehovah's Witnesses or the Mormons?
Jehovah's Witnesses around where the ones around here are usually Hispanic, and a lot of them are like recovering alcoholics. I mean, just from personal experience, just from talking to them. So,
I was thinking doctrine.
Doctrine wise, I mean, apparently, the Book of Mormon is mostly quoting the Bible. I know like most of their stuff comes from their Doctrines and Covenants book, but I think they follow it more than Jehovah's Witness. In actuality, not what they say from the Jehovah's Witnesses that I've met and the Mormons that I met. But then again, like every member is not the same.
The JWs have actually rewritten their own Bible, and they don't believe that Jesus was crucified on a cross, but he was hung on a pole. And they also believe that Jesus is the Archangel Michael. So,
and the end is near.
So
their club is already full.
Bible. They've rewritten the Bible. They've got their own Bible, which is against the Bible. When anytime they write something that's against the actual Bible, it's against it. I mean, what can you say? And then the Mormons believe in the King James Bible.
Did you know?
They claim they do.
Did you know that the Jehovah's Witnesses came out in support of Trump? A lot of their leaders did.
A lot of Mormons did. There's a lot of Mormons out
Oh,
here.
yeah,
They're
yeah.
big-time Trumpers, but they're woke. They're
Well,
woke.
a lot of them are neoconservatives, neocons, and but not everybody. Some people, obviously were raised in that they're going to keep it, and they're not as woke. But it's there's no coherence really.
I know some cool redneck Mormons.
Yeah,
They're cool. I know some stoner Mormons. Like I say, the doctrine is so convoluted. They go all different directions. So we're starting to see that with the Amish community. The Amish community getting into crime and all kinds of stuff now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they do. They used to be like really pure. They're not now.
Well, there's
Yeah.
different degrees of Amish. There's old order, new order, all different kinds of subgroups. The Amish mafia thing is a real thing. And then there's the redneck Amish that just do whatever the fuck they want. And they seem to get in trouble the most. I don't know if you guys remember, it happened here in Ohio probably 10 years ago. There was that Amish beard cutting incident that made national news.
I didn't hear about it.
All I know is
Yes.
the Amish here in Indiana are pretty nasty.
Yeah, we get some gross Amish around here.
Uh-huh.
And, yeah, these are the hillbilly Amish types that I'm talking about. The beard cutting thing, there was one family of these people down in mid-central eastern Ohio got into a feud with another family about some convoluted religious bullshit, and they broke into their house at night and dragged them out of bed and cut all the guys' beards and cut all the women's hair.
Wow.
And they ended up, like, a bunch of them got sent to jail and spent a few years in federal prison for like
kidnapping,
felonious assault, kidnapping type shit.
Assault.
And then I'm pretty sure all of them are out by now. But yeah, like, we get some Amish work crews that come through here. A lot of them are pretty decent people, but you get the occasional group of them, like, they don't look like they've seen the inside of a shower in like 3 weeks. They fucking stink. They're just dirty. It's like you don't even want to handle their money.
Yeah.
But I still like the Amish around here because they make good food, and I love how the women dress.
You gotta just understand, that you do wind up understanding this as you travel the world and you meet people from every walk of life. There's good and there's bad, and most people are people, and they're gonna have all kinds of idiosyncrasies and all issues. I know Mormons that are fine people, and I know Catholics that are really fine people. I know a lot of Latinos everywhere I've went. I mean, in Germany and stuff, kindness that I've met with people in Germany and other countries, and driving a truck across the entire United States, meeting people everywhere. I mean, Tennessee, Minnesota, Ohio, it doesn't matter. They're either, they all want pretty much the same things in life. People do. And I don't begrudge any one particular group of people for anything. I've met Amish people that usually don't talk to me.
I've even tried speaking some German to some Amish people, and they still won't talk to you.
Yeah. So
overall, the Amish here in Ohio are very good folk. They helped me out really bad when I was in a low spot in my life. so I got a lot of respect for them.
Yeah, and they recognize us as fellow human beings. I mean, some people you'd least expect that I mean, they look like a gangbanger. They might be on drugs, and you find kindness in that person. You know, they're in a jam and they come and help you out, and it amazes me all the time. It amazes me all the time. You know, I don't know, when you travel and you start seeing that people are people wherever you go. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You know, same basic needs: work, put food on the table, and sleep. Pretty much.
Well, yeah, but they have the same things. You know, they want a car that runs good. You know, same kind of things that we want.
But some people just want the stuff from you without paying for it.
There's some that are like that.
Yeah, that's called being a Democrat.
But I think a lot of that is also pretentiousness. That's not really who they are, even though they come across that way. A lot of them, even them, sometimes that's not even who they really are. They're doing it because the crowd's doing it. Yeah. I mean, you might find an Antifa person. That person might wind up being your best friend.
Yeah, they're stabbing you behind the back. I don't trust Antifa people.
Well, I don't know them. I don't even know Antifa. I just know that's what I see with people in general. And I know I'm talking in generalities, but some of the worst people that you might think that you're coming across, they wind up being, you know, completely different than what you thought. So I don't judge them. I try not to judge people by their outward appearance. It's their behavior. I might not hate you, but I might hate your behavior. Just like my kids. My kids get in trouble, you know, because of their behavior, not because I don't love them. It's not the kid that I'm hating on. It's their freaking idiotic behavior. So a lot of those kids probably grew up without a dad or anything, you know. We have to look at them as human beings and say, you know, maybe he's got a real bad past or something that made him like this. Try to be understanding with them just as best we can, you know. We can't always, especially Antifa, they don't make any sense. BLM and Antifa and all that, none of that stuff makes sense what they do.
Fire in the bowl.
Woohoo!
I'm gonna have to call it here, guys. I gotta sit down to Jenny's and.
Yeah, I'll keep it going.
All righty.
Well, I'm out with Wiz. You guys have a good night.
Good night, Wiz.
Oh man, fire in the bowl first. Shit. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.
.com.
.com.
If you want more bass, just change it to .org.
.gov.
.gov is scary.
Yes,
.gov.
I just had to hop in before you guys got off.
All right. Dream well, Patriots. I will see you tomorrow.
Just got out of the shower.
Peace out, brother.
Peace.
And a nasty
What's up,
cold
Eddie?
all weekend. Took the day off.
I see you got some nasty weather heading your way. You might be getting some snow.
Actually, we got just clouds. No, our snow level's 10,000 feet.
Yeah, the radar a couple hours ago showed a big storm system rolling through the Pacific Northwest, and you were kind of on the tail end of it.
Our weather report
Like,
said
Washington was getting hit. Washington was getting hit really hard.
That's true.
Yeah,
they have flooding.
Hey, battery. You remember I asked you before, how do you switch from like battery power to the electrical line? And then I found out that you could just use relays because all they do is open and close a switch. You could literally switch a wire using a relay. And I found out that's how a lot of a lot of backup, batteries, switch from grid power to battery. They use relays. Yeah, and it makes perfect sense.
Or circuit breaker.
It just has you could control it with a 5-volt signal from a controller, and then it just opens a line and or closes a line.
Yeah,
It works.
I could cut off the circuit breaker, wire in the generator, turn the circuit breaker. Bypass the circuit breaker.
Yeah, so if you use a relay, you could do the same thing automatically.
Yeah. They make a switch for that.
Yeah. If it detects the power's out, it just, switches.
Yeah. All week I was looking for the channel. I was like, what the heck happened to these guys? And then
It hasn't been on that often. I mean, the schedule seems to have been different, and Apex is not on that much. He used to be on a lot.
He's going through some emotional stuff, I think.
That is correct.
Yeah, you've seen him because you live next to him, Irish. You seen him today?
No. He was out, had to go to the dentist. Right now, I just texted him to see what he was doing. And he said that he's working on building a new map for Counter-Strike.
Okay, that's cool. So he wants to do the gaming thing. I remember last time that he was trying to set it up to stream.
Well, yeah, exactly. Which is cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he got a new computer from somebody. I don't know where, but it's like, all right. I gave him a computer. Said he had a newer one. So I think he's I don't even know. It's more or less. I haven't seen him in a couple of days. Let's just put it that way.
He went on he probably went on a Counter-Strike binge.
Yeah. Plus he's got stuff he's doing. He's actually doing great as far as losing weight. He's really dedicated to that, which I'm very happy for. Yeah, he needs to, because he needs to be around a little bit longer. You know what I mean? So, but other than that, no, I'm proud of him for that. He's doing a great job. You can see he's losing weight.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that, but I still say he really needs to go see a cardiologist.
I know.
That he was describing a couple of days ago, classic heart problem stuff. So yeah, he needs to get checked out.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the pipes are clogged. Yeah, I'm sure the pipes are clogged. You know what I mean? So, and that's hey, I was there once, so I know what it was like. Except I found out why mine was. But long and short, it's still the same
men
thing.
In my family have had that problem.
Now mine was my stomach collapse when I got wounded in Mogadishu. 10 years later, my friggin' stomach collapsed on itself, and they literally had to remove it. And everybody goes, "Oh, they can't do that." No, even my wife, the doctor, said, "Huh." And when I had hernia, and the doctor had to go in and patch me up, so to speak, and he told her, "Your husband told you that he didn't have a stomach. He doesn't." Yeah, he wanted to make sure she knew that, because it's like it's kind of hard to fathom, but I volunteered for an experiment, so it worked. I only had a 20% survival rate, but I beat the odds.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
Except the only shitty part is I only get 30% of the calories I consume, unfortunately. I'd make a great mule. What goes in does come out. And I don't have any stomach acid to break shit down. So, which sucks. So, it's kind of like you eat dinner, and then in the morning, you're done with dinner, if you know what I mean. So, it's like, But that's okay. Yeah, he should get his heart checked. I mean, if he's losing weight, which is good. He should. He does have sleep apnea, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, if he loses the weight, that's half the problem right there with the sleep apnea.
Yeah. Unless you're genetically, you got something wrong.
True.
You know what I mean? Because there's that too. It's not just weight. But it'd be overall, it's good for him. It'll help boost everything for him, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like,
Yeah.
he's
My
he's
fa-
done, he
For
yeah
him,
he's
weight
done.
loss will be
Oh.
essential for multiple things.
Oh yeah, no. Plus it'll increase productivity, attitude. You know what I'm saying?
More
It's just good
energy.
for him, and I support him. Whatever he needs, if he's down and out and he needs something for that, don't even question it. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to let you stop.
My father has sleep apnea.
Oh, I have it.
He got diagnosed while he was driving trucks.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I just got diagnosed that I have a very large tongue. So
he couldn't drive without somebody in the passenger seat or he'd fall asleep.
Yeah. That's why Mercedes created the first anti-sleep mechanism in their 2000 model SLKs. That's what I had. So if you nodded even for a second, that thing would turn up the radio and start beeping. I mean, it was annoying as fuck. Well, it works.
Yeah. And the electric cars do that thing where if your hands are off the steering wheel too long, it will let you know.
Yeah.
It'll slow down at park actually.
Well, that's what's going to be funny. I raised a very logical question one day, and in a different chat room, and they couldn't really answer it. If we all want to go green, which is all a joke anyway, but if they all wanted to go green, they're trying to tap our reserves so that we become weak, I guess. And then, as far as a country, tapping our oil reserves, which will only drop at 15 cents. So it's nothing.
Yeah.
And yeah. And then, on top of it, you've got, all this other shit going on in the world. I just get frustrated all day long. Frustrated with Uncle Sam. And my argument is once the fossil fuels are gone, how are you going to charge the batteries?
They're not. They're going to start thinning the population.
Oil, the strategic reserve is for military, mostly. They're not supposed to be tapping.
Yeah, they're not supposed to tap that. That's our military reserve. That's for time of craziness.
So I feel like it is. They're doing it. They're planning this out for a reason.
Well, I look at all this stuff in a very unique way as well. Trump's lawyer just finally got, if everybody's aware, I'm sure they are, I'm sure you guys are, but I'll reiterate if you're not, that Trump's lawyer was being subpoenaed by the 10, the Democratic January 6th board. And they sequestered his attorney and they want all his evidence, all his records and all this shit. And finally Trump just said, I waived my attorney-client privilege. And that's pretty strategic because that man is going to be put on national television. He is going to be the
biggest platform.
The biggest platform in the world. And what they basically did is they opened up the door for him to bring everything in controversy of what's been happening.
Yep.
Public statement. Here's the reality, folks. You know what I mean? All this shit's going on is a joke. And it's pretty good if you really think about it. Good strategy. If you want to get all the moles out of the ground, you just stick a hose in it and flood it. I mean, all the little.
I've heard that.
Yeah, that's the way you do it. Just fucking let them run around thinking that life is good, and they're all coming out of the crevices and the cracks, and they're all like, we rule now. Our moment is here. Yeah, no, you guys are idiots.
It didn't work.
It didn't work. Number one, and number two, unfortunately, we now know who you are. You know what I mean? So we're going to get our ducks in a row and you guys are in trouble once that happens. So you better start running. I mean, look at Twitter CEO just fucking resigned. So good for him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We know why he resigned because he keeps messing shit up.
So he resigns and Facebook changes its corporation name to Meta. They're all like hiding. Well, Facebook is trying to avoid lawsuits by saying that it's not deceptive, since now they're letting people know they sell metadata because the name of the company is Meta.
Yeah, I noticed the last time that I loaded Facebook on my phone, about 2 weeks ago, that like the first screen that pops up, it's only there for like 1 second. It says Meta.
Yep.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Is
Letting
that?
you know that they sell metadata.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, my whole point is I haven't been part of them since day one because I knew what the hell that thing was.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So it's crazy.
Well, if you ever played any of those MMORPG type of games, I haven't played World of Warcraft, but you know, like that type of game where you look at the other team's stats and everything, and then you try to battle them. They're basically collecting our stats and how to battle us.
That's why That's why I've been creating for the last 12 years something unique, which I'll be bringing out soon, and it's a game changer for as far as data security, and that's been my life's passion for my degree, and I'm finally gonna just let the world have it. Well, not really have it. I'm gonna let them use it, and kind of like how the seed bank is.
Are you open sourcing something?
Oh no, this is not open source at all. This is anti-government source. This is called off the chart. I in the process of the last 12 years, I offered a $1 million bounty for anybody to crack my encryption code. Not joking.
They're just gonna go to your house and lock you in a torture chamber until you crack it yourself.
Yeah, no, I won't. It's actually a code with no. The only thing that can decipher it is the program, the short term AI that I have in its coding. That's the only thing that can decipher it.
Yeah, so it's like adaptive.
Oh, it's adaptive completely, and it's what the heck was it? I'll bring up the stats here in a second. But the whole point of it is that in the platform that I'm creating a digital archive for everybody. It's not.
Oh, it's like a torrent type of deal.
Oh no. It's meant for. Okay, so I'll just make it really simple because it's not. If you go to pln.com right now, that's just a temporary. That's the logo. That's everything I've got prepared for it. But basically, if you died tomorrow, what would your family know what to do? I mean, being honest, I'm asking a question. What would happen? Yep. Do they have your passwords to your computer? I mean, you have a friend that you would like to say if you passed away right now, that your friend could get a message and say, "Hey, dude, listen, if you're getting this, I'm dead, and you need to wipe my computer." You know what I mean? Or whatever. It's a digital archive, and I've structured it on a bank principle in the sense that everybody that signs up for it, they own a bank. And in the bank, they have safety deposit boxes, which you can issue to any person. And these are all encrypted. Even I, the owner of the platform, cannot decrypt.
So there was a few of those that they advertised in, like there's one in Switzerland. There's a few of those clouds that are heavily encrypted.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that's a good idea to start one here because a lot of them are foreign.
Yeah, mine is not on U.S. soil either.
Oh, okay. So
because I don't want the international thing, and I am a dual citizen, so there's nothing they can do to me other than say get out. But you can't because I'm an American too, dumbasses. You know what I mean? So, but no, it's good. It's long of the short of it is so encrypted. And if you die, my AI will, once you have 2 safety keys when you sign up, you give those to somebody you trust, your lawyer, your friend, or whatever. And if you pass away, their job is to go in and activate both keys. And once it does that, the AI checks the global basically death list to see if you're there. And if you are confirmed dead, then it'll start issuing all the safety deposit boxes to message whoever you had set it to message to tell them, hey, I got something for you here. Click this link. Don't lose this code. And you can take whatever's out of here.
That's cool. So That could almost be called like a kill switch setting.
It is a kill switch.
It's like a VPN kill switch type of deal, but for like data transfer.
Well,
it
goes even better. Each person has 90 days to look at their safety deposit box that you, the bank owner, gave them, and whatever you put in there is your business. I mean, you could have this program if you die, text your boss and say, "Hey, I'm dead. Fuck off."
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's literally, I've been fighting for it, and I finally got a pending right now because it is the first truly digital living will.
Right. Are you going to make an Android app that, connects to it?
Oh yeah, I've got everything already made
to make it more accessible for a larger audience.
Oh no, I'm making it for the globe, and for the first year, it's $10 a year for everybody, unlimited. $10 a year, unlimited storage, the whole 9 yards.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Oh, and I also have anti-terrorism technology that I developed, so that if you try to scan in a blueprint or a jihad message or whatever, it is going to scan it for dangerous materials. That is the only thing that I do guarantee the federal government, that it does have an anti-terrorist
All right, so it can't be used as a weapon against you.
Nope, cannot be used as a weapon. If I die and I leave a message to you to go do something, that's not happening. Because once you die, yep.
Well, battery was waiting.
I've been getting messages to join Trump's social network. Anybody else been getting them?
No.
Nope.
But did you give your email address to somebody, or a website or something?
Only Team Trump.
Yeah, just make sure it's the real deal.
Yeah, because
it could be. It could be.
Best way. Okay, here's the secret. Everybody just right click the damn page, and you look in the first 12 lines of code, and it'll tell you where it's at, or just right mouse click the link and take it to a safe place and check it. So that you're not. Yeah, it's pretty much
check all that out just by hitting your F12 key.
Yeah, I right click on my phone.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone, so.
Hey, battery. What do you think about airplanes being fiber optic wired to be lighter and, just be so they don't have to have so much heavy copper wiring?
I don't know if that'll work.
It does, because they do it. I looked it up. I had the idea, and then I looked it up. They already do it. Not for the electricity, not to run, motors and alternator or anything, nothing like that, but for controlling the, the different electronically controlled things.
Yeah,
even
fly by wire.
Even the controls run electrical pulses.
Yeah, so the fiber optics just for long, distance transmission, and then it goes to a fiber optic reader that does the electrical pulses.
What about glass fiber?
I think glass fiber is fiber optics.
No, there's also polymer.
For some reason I was thinking that you're talking about carbon fiber.
Yeah.
No, just fiber optics.
Yeah. Sorry.
But yeah, they actually use it to make they're going to make planes lighter that way and transfer more. It could transfer data faster to sensors. They have more bandwidth, so you can have cluster sensors travel data faster across the craft.
Yeah, it's already at light speed. How much faster can you go?
It's going to get faster.
I mean, okay.
And they said something about it using fiber optics instead of the whole, all copper wiring. Something about evading detection. It's used in stealth applications, but you're not going to find they're not going to release that information out on the internet. It's going to be secret. But I think there's a few reasons why you might want to use fiber optic.
The problem with fiber optic over copper wire, you can bend copper wire completely and make a kink in it, and it'll still work. But the fiber optic won't.
Use joints and mirrors.
So if it gets pinched, it's done.
Right, but you would use some type of connector.
I'm talking about the run of the fiber optic.
Yeah,
Does it
but
help?
it's probably not going to get pinched the way that you're going to design it.
Well,
But
let
it
me
is
know.
interesting the bandwidth that could transfer on fiber optic.
Oh,
I was
huge.
gonna say, Smiley, let me know how that flight goes.
It was fast.
tell me how that flight goes when you land, if you land. So
That makes me think of a joke my mother told me.
okay.
There was this brand new high-tech airplane. Said everything is automated. There's not even a pilot. It's all automated. Takeoff, landing, the whole flight. And
Yeah.
absolutely nothing can go wrong. Go wrong. Go wrong. People started running off the plane. Right away, something went wrong. I'm out of here.
Yeah, they said the same thing about the Titanic. Nothing can go wrong.
Yeah, nothing.
Unsinkable ship.
Dang it. You need a cough button.
Yeah, it's called the mute button.
Right?
Don't always get to it in time. Yeah, I had a beautiful weekend. Could have got a lot done on the shed. I got the framing for the roof, the brackets for it. Only half of it. I ordered 2 sets, and they only sent 1. So, and with this cold, I couldn't do anything outside. It's too cold for that. My wife keeps saying, "You should go get a COVID test. Get a COVID test."
No.
It's a cold.
They got people programmed to like trust these COVID testings.
Well, I think they have 2 types of tests. One that tests for just basic corona, and the other one tests for COVID. Well, if I get the corona test, it'll test positive because the
Right,
cold
for any
is
cold.
coronavirus.
Yep.
I ain't letting somebody shove something that long up my fucking nose. I got sinus problems.
No, they
That
make
ain't
you
gonna
do it.
happen.
They make you do it. If you go to CVS or Walgreens.
Well, I went to the VA.
Well, I'm
They
not.
did it.
I'm not
Oh, I
shoving
know.
something that up my nose. Fuck that. Who knows what they sprayed that in before they sealed it up in the plastic
Yeah, up there in the
bag.
Pacific Northwest, that looks pretty nasty.
Yep.
That's not what our weather report said.
Seems like the worst of it on the south end is. It seems like the worst of it on the southern edge towards you is
Is
being
that-
by the Columbia.
Is that DuPage
So-
County?
The site is the College of DuPage outside of Chicago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
They
DuPage
have a
County.
really great meteorological program.
Well,
I didn't know it was in a different county.
Well, I was going to say I've got family in West Chicago, Naperville, Bartlett, Elgin, Schaumburg. I can just go through the list. I'm going to say fire in the bowl.
Yeah, I've been using these guys for years. Fire in the bowl.
Well, the weather report here this morning said cloudy all week, no rain until Friday, late Friday. So today
I might get 50 degrees
fight
here
this cold by
in
sleeping
2
all
or
day.
3 days. So if we do get that, I have to get outside. And
Yeah, right now it's
get rid of
34
these.
degrees here. We've
Yep,
been in the
that's what it is
30s
here, too.
constantly. Yep. Well, Ohio's not that far from New York.
I got 51.
That's good weather.
Yeah, nice and warm.
Yeah, I'd take
Outside.
51. 51, I'd still be wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
Yep.
I am not wearing pants. Marcy? No. Get the channel banned.
I had an equipment failure right before I left to go to work today because I've actually been dumping some weight lately. So the last 2 months I've dropped about 25, 30 pounds, and my pants are way too loose on me now. So I've been having to modify all my belts, adding new notch holes to them and everything.
Oh,
And
you should get one of the belts I bought.
Well, the main belt I've been using is just, a cheap leather belt. Got it at, the hardware store. And I've added 2 notches to it, but being as it's, so tight to hold the pants up, the clasp on the buckle has gotten fucked up and it just lets loose on its own.
Yeah.
So I'd be at the store, ring and register, and I'd bend over, pick up a pack of cigarettes, and I turn around, my pants, just drop down to my knees. So I deal with that. So I dug out one of my good adjustable nylon belts today and solved that problem. Welcome back, Bill.
Ah, there we go.
You're probably on the security camera with your pants down to your ankles.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, it happened 2 or 3 times.
This?
Equipment failure.
Is that a magnetic belt?
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, this is magnetic, and it's easy to adjust.
Yeah.
I got this. No holes. And the belt stretches. It's called groove belt. I ordered one groove belt and they sent me 3.
That's actually a rigging. It's rated as a rigging belt. You can actually attach, a carabiner to a rope line on it and repel if you need to.
It's like a utility belt.
Yeah. Actually, I can show you one real quick, man.
The groove belt is the best belt I've ever seen.
Until you see a better one. Maybe they'll have ones with some that could do some, light patterns, have batteries on it.
Well,
you can charge your phone on your belt.
My phone's so dead. I got a little bit of a charge in it. I'm also nodding off, so I may not be able to.
I got one of those too.
Oh yeah, those are good.
I don't
that
have.
Won't fit most of my pants.
It's quick release.
Yep. They're rated for 12 kilonewtons, so you can go rock climbing or rappelling with them if you need to.
Yeah, I've got that same belt. But I got groove belt because it fits my other pants. And it's easier to get in and out of.
Yeah, that's the one thing about these belts that I have. They're a bitch to get in your belt loops.
Mine are all cheapo.
Well, look, the groove belt fits in the belt loops on my Columbia pants. That's all I need. If it fits the Columbias, it'll fit them all.
I can't afford fancy Columbia pants.
Columbia, $5, man.
Well,
I only buy them when they're on sale. I get them at half price.
Are those like the windproof, waterproof ones?
Well,
zip off
water
leg.
resistant.
Water can go through them.
Oh, okay.
But it dries quickly.
Quick dry.
Okay, that's cool. That's good for like a rainstorm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have a amazing Columbia jacket. I got it about 2 years ago on Amazon. I saw it on sale, and you know how on Amazon, if you're buying clothes, the price changes when you start like shopping between different sizes and different colors of a particular item.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're more expensive, sometimes they're dirt fucking cheap. the jacket, like the average range for most of the colors and sizes was like $140 to $160. I found one in a weird looking green color that was in my size for like $55, $60. Like sold it. I got this thing. It looks like a puff jacket, but with only like maybe a quarter of the puff to it. It doesn't have much insulation to it.
Yeah, that's what I've got. I've got that. It's called a packable jacket.
Kind of, yeah.
Packable
But
jacket.
it has this proprietary lining on the inside of it that's metallic. It's metallic infused.
Oh,
cloth.
the thermal one.
It is
I've
the
seen
warmest freaking lightweight jacket I have ever had in my life. If I wear it zipped up when I'm walking to work in 0-degree weather, I have to unzip it halfway by the time I get to work, and that's 5-minute walk because it's so freaking warm. Best jacket I've ever bought.
Yeah, I had Columbia jackets and now I have North Face stuff just because, somewhere along the line it switched. But I like the Gore-Tex outer shells of the North Face just because they're rough. Yeah. They last long. I used to wear them. I wear them for years.
Like this jacket I got, the only thing that you can improve on it was have a Gore-Tex shell on the outside.
Yeah. And then I'll change the liner. I put I get the North Face fleece liner to put under it.
Yeah. I have never owned anything made by North Face.
Oh, it's a very New York City thing. You'll see it everywhere.
Oh yeah. I have a Columbia ski parka. That's like a 3-in-1. You can unzip the liner.
Yeah, I had one of those.
And it's a ski parka. I got that thing for Christmas like back in 94, 95. And I can still fit it. It works fucking great.
Does it come with the ski goggle white, cloth in it, the microfiber?
No, this was before that came out.
Yeah, that's what they do now. They all have microfiber cloth inside.
It's kind of tight, being that I'm it's 20 years old. But I wear it when I go using the snowblower. And that thing works great still.
I guess I'm just a Walmart guy.
Hey, they got Wrangler at Walmart. I wear a lot of Wrangler jeans, and I got a Wrangler jacket, a denim jacket. They're nice.
I go with all the synthetic, materials that North Face or even Columbia has them too, but I go with that because the humidity here is so high that even in the winter, if you're wearing something like all cotton, you'll freeze because you'll sweat and then it'll conduct the temperature. I like moisture wicking, that's why the synthetic's pretty good.
I like wool.
Yeah.
I got a wool jacket from when I was in the Boy Scouts. I wish I could still fit into it.
All you need to do is go to a Army Navy surplus store and get a pea coat, and you'll have the nice wool jacket.
Dude, I got my grandpa's World War II pea coat down in the basement.
Yeah, that's wool.
He was a small dude.
2 pea coats, original Navy issue. 2 pea coats.
Even when I was a teenager, I could not fit into my grandpa's pea coat because he was such a small guy.
Pea coats for the win, baby.
I wonder how a pea coat would look with my kilt. A pea coat with my kilt. You look kind of weird, probably.
Not now these days. No, you probably look normal.
Now, I do like the
it has some lint on it, but
field coat removable liner.
That's my liner for my coat.
Yeah.
I need a new coat.
Don he about killed me laughing at last night, talking about his freaking ball stuck to his leg.
Oh, I think that was 2 nights ago. We weren't live.
Yeah, no, that wasn't last night. I was occupado last night. But you're right. That was funny.
You just need a spatula and some Spam. I mean, some Pam, not Spam.
Spam.
Yeah, Pam, the spray.
Pam.
Don't mix them up.
We'll
I hate
use
when that
the
happens.
pan to fry the stuff.
Sliding in my hot truck seat with my kilt.
You know, there's a company out there that makes tactical kilts.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
I've got one.
Hell yeah.
I got a tactical Christmas stocking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Is
I
it
got one
concealing
for
something?
I got one for my nephew too. It's dude, it's like all made out of like hardcore nylon, and it's got Molly, attachment points all over it and Velcro, so you can put, patches on it and shit. They're like $8.
Oh, okay,
Where I
that's
get them
cool.
from, yeah. You can get them in like 10 different colors and camo
Then
patterns.
I got a tactical patch with Velcro on it, and it's got a Scottish flag with groundskeeper Willie on it.
It's like Mr. Punk Rock has got a tactical drunk on.
Yes.
Apparently he gets drunk late.
Plug in Molly's.
Yeah, pizza, you can do that if you baby it. You gotta I wouldn't go full road speed on it. I would go
Put 4 new plugs in it. Be the first
Yeah.
thing I'd do.
Take it to a reputable mechanic and have them check the seals, all that shit.
Yeah, they have what they call tactical kilts and utility kilts. There's a big kilt maker right over here where I live too. They're on Amazon. They have an Amazon store. It's called UT Kilts, and they get the cargo pockets, and they've got the deluxe. So if you got an expanding waist or whatever, it will actually move with you when your waist expands. So it's pretty cool. I'm giving a plug for the guy. I've met him personally, and he's awesome, and he will treat you good, and his prices are good. So if you like tactical kilts, UT Kilts.
Cool.
Check out PK shirts.
Mechanic says change coil and plug. So you did that. Okay. So it's got coil packs and plugs. Great. Did that, but you're still getting the same shit. You think it's the rings are fucked. Yeah, probably. If the rings are fucked, you're burning oil. That means you got a lot of smoke coming out your tailpipe. Is that the case? I mean, I'm not a car guy, but there is a few things that I do know about. Off topic. Garbage this year, really? Yeah, I heard 28% down.
Yeah, I was looking just on a whim because my laptop's about had it. I've had so many issues with it lately. I'm looking to replace it.
News reported.
And
the sales
the deals that they had, like the most decent deal was like a same brand that I have, an Asus, and it was running. You could get it either in Windows 10 or
11.
No, it wasn't 11. It was what is it? A 10S safe mode or something like that. I don't even
10
know.
home, the free version.
Now they all have 11 in it, the newest
And
models.
then they were running clearance sales on systems that were running Windows 8, which is absolutely the worst OS you can put in a fucking computer. 8 had so many fucking bugs in it. It was ridiculous. And that shit was like going for like $600. Like the most popular deals that they had on were for high-end gaming computers, like anywhere from $900 to $1,500. Nothing bargain tonight. Well,
I drive an Asus.
Fuel injection.
I like Asus.
It's a rocket sled. I juiced it up. I put the extra memory in it. I used the M4 interface for my OS, so it boots up in 17
yeah.
seconds, I think the latest was.
What you got the
brother,
Samsung 980 or 970 M2?
I do have the 970. Yeah, it's fast.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yep.
fucking Lord, is it fast?
All my drives are Samsung. I just trust them now.
It's the interface though.
Yeah.
It's that new M4 or M2 or
It's
the
that it's
M4.
NVMe M.2.
NVMe. Exactly.
Yeah.
That interface is fucking. That's the
Yep.
fastest thing going. So if you put your, if you get a new, high speed Samsung drive for that, then that is where you want to put your OS, and that lets me boot in like 15 seconds
Yep.
from 0 to complete. Anyway, I love it. Backlit keyboard. It's got everything.
UT Kilts looks awesome. Boop, boop. Bookmark that.
And Canoe's the other thing. If you're going to get a laptop, you want to get a decent sized screen on it so you don't strain your eyes or anything.
Oh yeah, all the laptops I've owned have been widescreen versions.
Get them as wide
Because
as you can
I
if you can get a deal.
One requirement I must have is a numeric keypad on the right side of the keyboard. I just have to have one because that's
Yeah, I don't have one. I got the
So
10 keyless, so I can grab the mouse faster without shifting.
So you're generally going to get a bigger key or a bigger screen size with the numeric keypad just because of the size of the whole system.
Oh yeah, I have a desktop, so I got the 10 keyless.
I had the best computer I ever had was an HP about 12 years ago. That it was a 17.5 inch. I mean, it was a big, heavy, beefy motherfucker, but that was the best laptop I ever had. I fried the GPU on it.
Yeah.
Okay, I just checked out the UT Kilt.
That's my keyboard and
Cool.
mouse setup.
I really need to get a PC desktop running. I've got a bunch of them around the house that just need upgraded and worked
Then
on.
up here, those are my monitors. I'm not going to show too much more, but
Yeah. I don't know. I'm a one monitor man. At most, I would put a second monitor up just to have like radar going 24/7 for the weather. But yeah, I don't need multiple monitors for anything that I run. Fuck,
and then I have my desk. My desk goes into stand up or sit down. So right now I'm standing. I have it in stand up.
Oh yeah, I got a coffee table that's like that. I love
You got one of them fancy schmancy desks.
Yeah.
Those are expensive.
But this one was only $350. I didn't order like the most expensive one. This one is a manual crank. It's not an electric.
I saw one at Goodwill for $20.
Oh, it is different. I don't think I could find this at Goodwill. I ordered this. It's all steel. Like the frame's all heavy, like nice steel. Very stable.
Well, it was all steel except for the top.
Yeah, the top's not
MDF.
steel on this.
The top was MDF.
Yeah, most things are MDF.
Countertop type thing.
I have a used office desk coming. It's currently in storage. It'll be here delivered, I think, on Thursday, which I'm very, very much looking forward to because it's fucking huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Capital H.
Exactly.
Or capital Y.
Capital Y,
depends.
exactly. Capital Y. With a credenza in the back and everything. And I'm a 3-monitor man. I got 3 24 inches that I'm actually thinking about bumping up to 3 32 inches.
Man, you're gonna scare all the ladies in town with all that inches.
And I've got 2 in my office. I have 2 clusters on the wall for large caliber TVs, 40 inches, 50 inches or better. I have 2 spots for that.
Yeah, Don's office is going to look like Houston Control by the time he's done with it.
Sounds
Yes, yes, it will. Yes, it will. As a matter of fact, if everything goes according to my master plan for world domination, I'll have a red light on here. So when we go into actual operations mode, DEFCON 1, then I can throw the red light on and, you know, keep my outdoor night vision. Just saying. You know, like remind me of combat, all those years of eyeball pupil dilation, night vision, fucking 2 a.m.
Exercising the old
coffee
Mark I
soaked.
eyeball.
Houston,
Exactly.
mission control turns control over to Dawn.
It's like
So, yeah.
Pinky in the brain trying to take over the world.
But I got to get all that set up first. I mean, that's coming. It's coming.
Honestly,
And as far as laptops, I want to offer my recommendation here. I understand you want as much screen as possible, but if you're going to move around a laptop, I wouldn't get a 17-inch screen on a laptop. I had a 17-inch screen on a laptop one time, and that thing was a bitch to move around.
Oh, believe me, I know. I used to carry my laptop with me everywhere.
Perfect.
And then it just became too much of a pain in the ass. So, like, the laptop I'm using currently, it's got like a 15.6 inch screen. It's a cheap $250 laptop that's like 8 years old.
I think that's all mine's got on it.
I will carry that thing to work like maybe once a month now. That's as much as I move it around.
Okay. See, I'm a laptop guy. I'm not a phone guy. A lot of people are phone people. You guys can do all your webbing and working and common and texting and everything else and on phones. I can't do that. I do voice on phone. You're lucky if I do some texting on phone and maybe even take some video on phone. That's about the extent of my phone.
We got
everything else
here.
is laptop.
We got people at work that they keep their phone in their pocket. They do it all on their watch.
Yep. Whoa. That's fucking, see, those guys are up on the edge there. I just keep their phone in their pocket and do it all on their watch.
I got a lot of people at my store that use their watch to pay for their shit at the register because we have a tap console for the credit terminal.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it increased. We've been accepting it for about 3 years now. And I'd say probably at least 15 to 20% of our customers are using tap either with their phone or a watch now for card, you know, anytime they're using credit or debit.
So you get a hold of that watch, you can buy all kinds of stuff.
Really though? I mean, yeah. Watches, but you could do the same tap with NFC on your phone. So you don't need to watch to tap.
That's all I need. Nice. This is the only kind of watch I wear. A cheap Timex analog watch. That's all.
Dude, I'm saying. I mean, mine's a little digital, but it's not. I cannot in my brain justify one of those Android watches like a Samsung. They've got a really nice one. $250, I think it is.
Yeah. My dad wears the newest Samsung watch every time they come out.
I don't like that rubber band they have on it.
I can't justify it.
Before that, he used to wear all the the brand Citizen. He used to wear all the Citizen, like the Nighthawk, the all those models, and then he moved to completely digital with Samsung.
Well, I mean, if your watch is your thing, then that's cool. I get that. Yeah. People are watch people. I know. I don't know that I'm a watch guy. I have a watch that I'm very happy with, dependent on, and it's a pretty high-end watch. But I'm the same. I got the '90s Casio digital.
See, my dad with his cell phone plan, he has an extra line anyway on his plan. So
Yeah.
his watch has its own number and you could make calls and talk on it. He likes that. I don't like watches at all, but he likes that kind of stuff.
Okay.
My watch winds up.
So you could call his watch number.
My watch is solar powered.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. I like my watch. I don't need my watch attached to my phone. I don't.
Yeah, scary.
I barely need my phone attached to my laptop, but I do.
My
For
dad works in
internet
my
and-
dad works in a hospital, so I don't know. I think it's more convenient for him to have the watch instead of like pulling up his phone.
Okay.
I don't like.
I can see, especially in hospitals, I can see places where phones wouldn't be welcome.
Yeah.
I could see that. So you can do the watch thing. That'd be cool.
I wear an analog watch, and somebody says, "Hey, you got the time?" I show them the watch, and they go, "I can't read that."
Right.
Oh boy.
Hey, Canoes. Let me run something by you real quick.
Okay.
You got a second? 2 seconds?
Always.
2 seconds of earball time.
Let me clean out my ears. So I can catch every little bit.
I would like to attach either the Don channel or a Sausage Gravy Biscuit YouTube channel, or even maybe a Twitter channel to your network of channels that you guys are using StreamYards to connect together.
Okay.
And I was wondering if I might be able to assist you and Wizard on adminning or managing your cluster of channels going forward, because it looks like you could probably use some. I have some cycles that I would be able to bring the stream up on a regular basis, regular timing, that kind of thing. But I don't really need to be a personality, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I'll bring it up to Wiz the next time I talk to him. He will
sir.
He'll have to grant you administrative access to StreamYards again. And
Yippers.
then it's all it takes like 2 seconds to do. Once you have those admin privileges, go into StreamYard, get the stream key, and there will be an option for you to click on the screen to add channels to your broadcast list, and you just have to put in like the YouTube link or the Twitch link or whatever. It's super simple. So I'll talk to Bill about that next time I talk to him.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that would help out.
I think I could add a little value here.
Sure. We'd love to have you back.
I don't know if people don't want to listen to me.
Is it going to be more bikini shows?
No. No. There will be none of that.
I'm not entirely opposed to that.
Let's put a pin in that and put it over here. Okay.
Yeah, we'll set that aside and we'll come back to it later.
Right. So let's put a pin in that. And so I have some video resources. Specifically, I can use OBS to do some creative streaming of Fox News, One America News Network,
there we go.
Newsmax, something in the anything in the conservative talking cultural area. And I would reserve any sort of fashion videos for short blocks of time in a very adult hour of the evening. But more specifically, I have some ideas on is streaming some original content and streaming some conservative content.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, as long as it doesn't interfere with our time slot for the main show, we're good to go on
Right.
that. Because we can also, the one nice thing about StreamYard, we've never tried to do it before, but the option is available to run concurrent streams at the same time, live. So we could run the show, and if you want to do your other things on, the secondary.
No. All I'm trying to do is to offer my services to bring the stream up on a regular, you normally bring the stream up at 10 p.m. Eastern time.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you have problems doing that. Sometimes people are on different time slots. I can be the guy that can always bring this thing online at 10 p.m.
Okay, yeah.
Like clockwork. It starts at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
And then when everybody gets on, you get on, Wiz gets on, you guys take over, do whatever you want to do. And then I'm West Coast, remember? So
yeah.
I stay up a little later than you do. So I might be able to.
The way StreamYard's set up, everybody that has admin privileges, they can come in and do whatever they want to do to change the stream or update the stream and everything. So yeah, that would work out pretty good. Yeah, I'm sure Bill will be interested in that.
I'm just thinking out loud here. That's all. I'm not trying to take it in any direction, or I'm simply trying to expand on what we're currently doing. And if you want me to throw a bikini, a 2015 bikini show up in there at 3 a.m. in the morning, then I'm not opposed to that. But I don't want Miss Miriam thinking that I'm some kind of perv just because I'm tossing up some fashion, some Italian fashion videos. Just saying.
It's culture. We want to.
It is culture, but I also am concerned about what Miss Miriam thinks about me. So, and all the other ladies, the conservative ladies of the chat.
I think Miriam in particular, she's got her eyes set on other targets at the moment. So,
yeah, she's busy, ain't she? Man, would not like to be that frog fucker right now.
Nope.
I applaud her. I 100% back her up.
Froggy's just digging himself a hole.
If there's anything I can do to support her in this, then I'm there. But man, that boy fucked up.
As far as I'm concerned, he's anathema. He's not welcome here. If I see him in one of his multiple names in the chat, I'm going to ban him without question right away.
Exactly.
I don't want to talk to him. Don't want him involved in any way with any of our, communities here after what he pulled. We've given him more than enough chances over the years, to do the right thing, be a good guy.
I'm falling asleep now, so I'm going to go.
All right,
good night, Battery.
You have a good one.
Good night, everybody.
Take care, Battery. Have a good evening, sir.
You too.
Absolutely agree with you, Canoes. He's been given more chances than he should have.
Yep.
Smiley's checking out Breitbart. But yeah, I was thinking that if we needed a little content to scroll out there, then One America's good. I could even throw a little InfoWars out there on a channel. I don't know how YouTube feels about that, but they'd probably give me a spanking.
Yeah, YouTube's tough about everything. Twitch, not so much.
If your YouTube does not like AJ, you got better luck with Twitch for any AJ material.
Absolutely.
As long as you don't title the stream, Alex Jones InfoWars shit. You make something.
But I'd like to try a few things. And I can create, like I've got one or two more channels on YouTube that are what I would call, I won't say disposable, but I will say reusable.
Backup.
We can do with what we want. So I'd like to try a few things.
Yeah. In fact, I just found out tonight that the ban on my channel was lifted. Finally,
awesome.
They took the full 7 days.
And it's not like I'm going to try to do weird shit. I wonder how YouTube would treat restreaming like One American News or Newsmax.
I think the only thing that you would have to do would be to post something on the YouTube description saying that, you know, all rights reserved to One American News, blah, 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 to give credit to them so that you don't run into a copyright issue.
Right.
I think that would take care of things.
Well,
and
it's those theories that I want to test out.
You would have the option to choose whether or not you want to have a live chat going with that. So if you choose to have a stream doing one of those broadcasts with no chat, then you ain't got to worry about trolls making problems in the chat that would shut said channel down. You know, it could just be a view only, no chat stream.
Okay. It could
Just
be
an idea.
I never thought about it like that. I always thought that the chat would be part of.
Well, yeah, I mean,
stream.
you're more than welcome to try it that way, but I'm just saying that a way to make a more secure channel is not to let people comment on your stream.
Well, you're right, absolutely right. But if we put, you know, some real cutthroat Miss Merriam like mods up in there, that, you know, the slightest little lip off and she's standing on their throat. That's what we need. Highly aggressive.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's something to discuss, and it's something food for thought. But my point would be to extend the viewing time or ability to chat for some of your audiences.
That's primarily why so many of us spread out to different platforms at different times over the last couple of years, like with Aaron and us and Bear and everything. But it always ends up being that we all end up in the evening time.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. If your interest is to spread out, you know, the viewership throughout the day, I'm more than happy to accommodate you on that.
That is my interest, yes. And I believe that my West Coast position now will give me greater capability in doing just that.
Yes. Yes.
So let's give it a shot.
A lot of the people in our community during the mornings and the afternoons, you know, were at Bears on Twitch. And, you know, now that that's all been attacked and everything, he switched over to Vaughn, and Vaughn is just like absolute garbage. The worst streaming site I've ever experienced in my life.
It is. And I would also like to make some forays into some other, particularly Rumble. I need to get up and see what it's going to take for me to start talking on Rumble, for us to start talking on Rumble.
No, the only issue that I can envision would be actually with StreamYard, as I do not know if they have a limit as to how many destinations that you can set. I'd have to ask Wizard about that, because it could be an issue where, like right now, we got like 6 or 7 different destinations that we can choose to broadcast to. There may be a limit set by StreamYard where, you know, if we wanted more, we'd have to start deciding if we want to drop a couple or if we want to start paying more. So
Also,
personally, I would seriously, I'm gonna have to talk to Wiz about this in the next couple of days. I want to take us off of broadcasting on Sick Pat's channel on YouTube because of security issues with the people in chat, especially
and
with
not
Frog
being able
Dude.
to control the. Yeah,
We have no administrative access to his channel, and there's been requests from people in the chat for us to stop broadcasting so that all his stored videos on that channel don't get lost to us, which makes sense. I can agree with that.
Yep.
So we'll have to talk to Wiz and Kim, because I know Kim wants to keep his channel alive, but I don't want to keep it alive at the expense of possibly losing all his content on his channel, because that's his gold. So
that makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. So yeah, those are. I've been thinking about these for a while now. Looking at what I have available as far as time slots and how I might be able to add some value. I think I'm going to have a lot more stability here in the not too distant future once I get all my home network and multi-mode networks and various other things up and running and online and more stable. Then I'll be able to do more things in an automated fashion. And so, yes, I'd like to do that if that's possible. Let's discuss. Bring it up with Wiz next opportunity you get, please.
Yep, we'll do. That being said, fire in the bowl.
Fire in the bowl. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yep.
What do you think, Mr. Misfit?
Yes. How's that? In other words, there's a lot of things that everybody can do, which is awesome. Yeah, I mean, which is cool. I'm, like I said, I've got my own projects I'm working on equally as well. But like I told you before, Don, I own 3,000 servers globally. So I am a hosting company, and I do have a technology division of actual employees that actually design software, much like I do. They're all contractors, but we all work in the same little group, shall we say. They work for me, 1099. I get them work. They do it. I make money.
You guys need to get together on the phone.
Yeah.
So here's my question. Then. What's it going to take? What's it going to take for you to connect this guy or all of these guys up? What's it going to take for us to get an offshore server?
I own
that
them.
We can. Oh yeah, I know. Oh, what's it going to take for us to get an offshore server that we can plant a StreamYard's website on that will allow people to go there and enjoy our fine chat and video compilations on the web? And you can do this on any. I'm just looking for an offshore server.
Okay, well, I have it. So
I need an offshore server so we can take the StreamYard stuff and put it on the offshore server and make it where if they even consider shutting down any of our channels, we still have the offshore server.
Correct. It's a backup.
It's a backup.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we just posted, I see Canoe, put my cell phone number in the private chat. So you can text me anytime that you guys want. I'm going to put you in my phone, Canoe. So I've got it. It's just a lot easier. Yeah, Don, we just need to sit down and talkity talk. You know what I mean? And I can make that happen in a blink. Give it about a week, you'll be up.
Got you. Okay.
And you will not be shut down. It can't be shut down. I'm outside the
Absolutely.
jurisdiction. I'm outside the jurisdictions. And and if you want, I can bounce it all around the world a few thousand times, even though nobody notices it. So I don't care. So that's what the government gets for training me.
So let me get the front end negotiations of this done with Canoes and Wiz,
Yeah.
and get me attached, and then I would want to reach out to you with phone call, and let's turn on a lease or a rent or whatever we're gonna do, and start planting a StreamYards chat on it if we can.
Oh yeah.
Pretty please.
Oh no, that's not a problem. Like I said, it's not a problem.
By the way, are those Beats headphones that you have on there?
No, I don't have Beats headphones on here. I have friggin' what the heck is this? It's the Kraken system. It's part of
okay.
Yeah, it's
I thought I saw a B on the side of your thing there.
Yeah, no, it's the Ornata series. It's a mechanical keyboard.
I got you.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a mechanical keyboard and shit like that, and it works. So hold on, I'm gonna text Canoe. Hello, testing. Make sure he got it. There we go. And he should get it shortly. But yeah, no. Like I said, I have a list of domain names that would be so damn catchy for a chat. In other words, like StreamYard, Twitch, all that. I've got domains like that could be used, that are catchy, that people will remember and people can go to. I have unrestrictedrepublic.com. I mean, I've got them all.
I've heard you talk about that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's such a catchy name because don't get me wrong, the girl that has Restricted Republic, I love it, but she just wasn't thinking, because if it's restricted, that means you can only do certain things, where unrestricted means come do whatever the fuck you want. First Amendment is actually real, meaning the whole point is whether you don't like what I have to say or what I write or what I post, I don't give a shit. That's just my opinion. You can comment on it. You can argue about it. You can change my mind about it. I don't care, but I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say. I don't want overlords being so sensitive. Fuck this sensitive, woke ass bullshit. It's so crazy. And what's getting me upset is that we're letting it happen. Nobody's saying no. Nobody's saying walla, walla, walla. I'm not fucking doing that. That's why Europe is all in friggin' arms. They're done. Yeah. We're done fucking around. This is all bullshit. Lord Fauci, you know what I mean? He's an idiot. He laughed when a reporter asked him, what does he think about Ted Cruz wanting to prosecute you? Like that's going to happen. You know what I mean? Dude, listen, it's common sense. And those that are not woke, but those that are lost, befuddled, don't want to believe it, don't want to do whatever the fuck they want to get this shit right. I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, Don, because you're older like me. I mean, what the heck was it? Kennedy, Bay of Pigs. I mean, the public forgave him. You know what I'm saying?
Sure they did.
Yeah. How about Ford? They forgave him. How about they forgave him. And that was their first term. These are presidents that had taken on serious issues their first year. But what's weird is everybody forgave every Democrat president that had to deal with crap. I mean, any president, it doesn't matter. This one, no. Why? Because he is literally trying to destroy our financial way of life. And that's the only reason why his ratings are 22% or below. You know what I mean? And that's why they're all fear-mongering right now for 2022, because holy crap, they know they're screwed. So let's
because their top runner for controller for the currency got shot down. She's not getting in. That Tommy bitch.
Oh, you mean that socialist comrade that was put up for the Moscow trained? I am not joking. University of Moscow.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
If she didn't make it through Congress, is fucking. Oh my God, the world.
She's got a criminal record.
Yeah, well, the funny part about it is Colonel can agree with Colonel if he is he in here or no?
No, he's already left for work.
He's already left for work. Colonel can agree with me later on when he comes back on, and you guys can quote me. Since we're being recorded, that's good. The only country in the EU that actually has a functioning democratic republic with only socialistic style healthcare and housing and education is Ireland, and it works. It works great. You know, I pay 2 taxes. I don't mind chipping into the bucket if I know I can use it. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's pretty much the way it is.
So you're gonna get that EU social safety net when you when you start dipping in, you're gonna get that EU social safety net, and then just have them mail you your social security check to your offshore account.
Yeah,
dude, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, like I said, the world is. I just don't get it. It's like, have you lost your friggin' mind? My wife, just so y'all know, my wife is an absolute leftist on every front. She doesn't.
Didn't you say she was a doctor or something?
Yes, yeah, she's a doctor, but she's a Democrat. Always has been.
Most doctors are leftists.
Yeah. She's blind. You know what I mean? She's blind right now. She thinks, oh, that doesn't make sense. Oh, no. Oh, no. And she goes, that's not going to affect me because, you know, I'm not going to dismiss it. We are in the upper class. You know what I mean? Both me and her and our incomes. So, but at the same time, I tithe. She does not. You know what I'm saying? I donate. Yep. She does not. I volunteer. She does not. You know what I mean? Because I come from a working class family. I wasn't fed my life on a silver spoon.
Of the system.
Exactly.
Yes, she's part of the upper thing. Did you know? And I just found out. And don't get me wrong, love her to death, but she was being very sneaky about a particular medication. I kept seeing her take this thing. I've seen her take this thing for a long time. And I'm like, that's a friggin' diabetes medication. You got diabetes? And she looked at me and says, no. And I'm like, well, then why are you taking a pill for diabetes that you don't need? And she said, you want in on a little secret? And I was like, yeah. And she goes, side effect, it slows the aging process. And she's not kidding. I looked it up. And it's
metformin.
Yeah, something like that. I can go down there and get her pill bottle and actually look at it. So
no shit.
Oh no, this stuff is. Let's put it this way: since I've known her, when I got married, into now, she hasn't changed a bit. That's 7 years.
I take that every day. Metformin
hasn't changed. You know what I mean? I only have one advantage, which she couldn't do. We did that telomere, you know, like the telo years and all that crap, 1, 2, 3, and me and all that.
Oh no, I don't know of that crap, but I've read about that crap, and I intentionally steered away from that crap. But pray continue.
Yeah, all I know is that genetically, my cell structure, based on science of 4 separate telomere tests, even one from the VA, says genetically my body and all the cells are 29 years old. And I'm 53. But that's also genetics because in my family, we live into the 3 digits. You know, I mean, the record holder in our family is 117. My Aunt Rose is 117 years old, and she's still fucking kicking in Glasgow, Scotland. So, which is nice, unless you get run over by a bus.
I was told by an old person when I was 12 years old that I had the spirit of a 93-year-old. When I was 12. Yeah. Dude, I've been an old guy since I was a young guy.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, same here.
same
That's
here.
why I
So-
always got along with my teachers better than I did with my classmates during school.
You know what? I'm the old curmudgeon-y, and I've heard you use this word quite a few times there, Irish. Curmudgeon-y fucker, yelling at the kids to get off his lawn.
Mhm.
That's me.
Yeah, crotchety old man. Crotchety.
That's me. That's
you.
crotchety.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah, crotchety old man. That's a Irish term for just a very bitter. And I always laugh because I always say,
as customers.
well, I like those because you know what? Those fuckers don't die.
That's where some of my best rants come from.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hysterical. It's like
The ones I
shit.
got are all lottery junkies that come in and like waste an hour or two of your time just because they think that they're inside a casino and not a convenience store.
Right.
And the worst of them, I got this one guy that every time he comes in, he smells like piss. He pisses his clothes, and he doesn't realize it. So you got to stand around and smell piss for like an hour while he plays scratch offs.
That's why you got to walk over and just hang a car scent thing, that you put on your rearview mirror and just hang. Just somehow put some tape. Just put some tape on it and then walk up behind him and be like, "Hey, buddy, how you doing?
How you doing?
Yeah. Hey, buddy, how you doing?" Just make sure it's duct tape so it'll just sit right there.
I'd probably get fired.
Yeah, because they'll have you on camera doing that. But it's where there's a problem, there's always a solution. That's what I always say. I don't look at problems as an issue. I look at them as a way to try to figure out how to fix it. So I love puzzles. So
for those of you interested, today is my 60th birthday.
Happy birthday.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday.
Well,
you're twice as old as I am. Exactly twice as old.
Joyeux anniversaire.
Well, like I said, I'm 53. I look the same as I did when I was friggin' in the army. So it's kind of like, yeah, well, cool beans. Now I'm going to try that new shit that she told me about, and we'll see how that works. So.
I'm 41. I think I look like I'm 51. I've always looked older than I really am.
I'm 60. I'm guessing I look like I'm about 60.
Now, without the beard and the mustache, I look like a complete baby face.
Yeah, I've been working
60.
on mine. So, well,
I gotta do something about this.
Oh yeah, you mean this thing? The thing?
Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's okay.
What the fuck happened there? Where'd that come from?
Well, I don't know. All I know is there are techniques to make it go back up. So
my nieces call it my turkey giblets or something like that.
Yeah, I call it my gobbler.
But that's why they invented turtlenecks and scarves.
Comb.
Yeah, well, that's why I have this, so it can go right down there. I'm gonna hide it with a beard. Yeah, I'm gonna hide it.
Smiley said that's why they invented turtlenecks and scarves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There it is.
But like I said,
Well, you remember Steve Jobs had a big turtleneck that he was wearing. What was he covering?
His gobbler.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I'm growing this first so it'll come and then it'll come down here and then I'll go ahead and build the rest. I just want to build this first, focus on one thing and do the rest later.
So I'm asking the question now, and I know I'm breaking new ground here, but what if we, men of 55 or 60 years old started decorating this, say coloring it or piercing it, or maybe even put, what bedazzles on it, or pierce it like chicks do their vaginas or something like that.
In it.
LED lighting, exactly. You could be a multicolor thing there and project it upwards to your face. I see a whole lot of options there.
Well,
I'm just thinking out loud.
If you
I'm
color
going
it
Some
red, it's like a
Christmas
rooster.
ornaments from it.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Color it red or do the whole beard red all the way down. So I have my rooster.
Well, my plan is hopefully within another year, if I still decide to keep all of this, it'll probably double in length. So it'll be about down to my belly button. And I'm going to start braiding it into a big long rat tail. And I'll
You
trim up
should
all the
start
sides
braiding
and
it
everything.
now.
Yeah, I'm going to do that too.
It would only be, literally, it would be like a 3-inch braid.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to go a little bit longer than that, but we'll see what happens. But I do, if and when I ever decide to shave the damn thing off or cut it off, I will try it out. I've never been just a plain mustache man, but if I shave correctly, I could have some kick-ass handlebar mustaches, old-fashioned.
Oh,
style.
yeah, you could. I already see
Yes, you
that.
could.
Oh,
Yes, you
God.
could.
They'd be
Yeah,
like
you-
past your ears. That's
Yeah.
what I'm
Oh,
saying.
You'd
yeah.
have them out here like
I could-
this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Handlebars.
I'll do
You know
that
what?
just for shits and giggles.
Yeah, that's all you got to do is tell her to sit on your face and tell you that she loves you. You know, have her
Sit on my
your
face, baby, and tell me you love me.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know,
There's a song there, right?
Yeah, that's
There's a
from
song
Monty
there.
Python. Monty
Yeah.
Python. Sit on my
There's a- you know,
face and tell me that
tell
you
me
love
that you
My
love
me.
dad would
me.
say that randomly.
Sit on
all
my
the time in
face
public.
and tell me that you care.
Right? Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching my dad used to have me watch Monty Python since I was like 7. Balti Towers and all that shit. Well,
I mean, how could you go through the 70s and not,
right?
you know, how could you and not have this indented into your head?
Right. You know?
I remember the first time that I saw Monty Python. Both me and my sister had never been introduced to it before, and my dad got a copy of the Holy Grail when me and my sister were probably about 12 and 13 at the time, and she thought it was like absolute rubbish because she didn't appreciate British humor back then. I was laughing so fucking hard I fell off the couch and almost gave myself a hernia from laughing so hard. I thought it was fucking great.
Yeah, there's absolutely no doubt about it. Love Monty Python. It's a staple in our family. Benny Hill show. You know what I mean? That was controversial in and of itself in Europe.
It was. And the Benny Hills, you know, the early Benny Hill shows, early 70s, late 60s, early 70s, translated, all of them were translated to French.
Yes.
And played very well in Frogland. Benny Hill was highly loved in France.
Oh, yeah. Well, TV over in Europe is totally different anyway. So we are
That's kind of like, what's his name? Jerry Lewis.
Yeah.
Also highly loved in France or where? Yeah, France.
Yeah, well, in Europe, after 10 o'clock, it's the adult TV time. So
I know. Okay.
Yeah. 10
Does
o'clock.
anybody remember Copo Grosso?
Oh, that one that lady that.
Actually, no. It was an Italian show that came on after 10 o'clock, where the young ladies would answer questions and lose pieces of clothing accordingly.
Oh.
Or no. People would answer questions, and if they got it wrong, the chicks would take off their tops.
Nice.
And it was in Italian. Of course, I was in Italy at the time. And again, the name is Copo Grosso. I don't know what it means. But changed my whole life looking at vision or way of looking at it, European TV. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Beast who did calisthenics. His best European show by far was the Russian female. No, I don't know that. Okay.
She was like this Russian housewife that was all muscle and probably weighed about 250 pounds. And she would come on with like Western style 80s spandex gear and do calisthenics. Like there was no dialogue or nothing. It was just her doing exercises. And they started broadcasting it, you know, towards the West and everything. It was the funniest fucking thing to watch.
Now, the Australians did some pretty cool, Australian women did some pretty cool spandex and, what is it? What's the word I'm looking for here? Jane Fonda-like videos. Workout videos. Yeah. Early in the 80s. Wonderful videos. Absolutely wonderful. So, dude, I didn't mean to keep you. I didn't mean to jump on here and keep you past your bedtime or anything there, Canoes. I know you were.
I'm off today, so it's all good.
Okay.
I've been off for the last 5 days. And so I got to go back tomorrow. Yeah, I know.
There's Jane
Here comes
Fonda.
Smiley.
There you
Smiling
go.
Jane Fonda. Love
Hanoi Jane.
it. Yeah, Hanoi Jane.
You fucking
Love it.
bitch.
Yeah.
Fucking
Is she-
commie bitch.
Is she still alive?
I think
she?
so.
I think
Yes,
so
she
too.
is.
As I'm
Her
sure
brother
they would
died.
say, yeah, I'm sure they would say if she was. So,
Okay, that's enough for her.
yes, please.
Thanks for nothing.
Right?
Thanks for that. Thanks
May
for
you
that.
rot in hell.
She just never did it for me either. Didn't think she was
No.
hot.
Now, 80s Madonna. Yeah.
Did you see
Even
where
though
she
she's
was
told
screaming about
Oh, yeah.
they were taking her tit videos off of YouTube?
Yep.
And she was screaming at YouTube that her tit videos needed to stay on video, and more specifically, videos that showed her nipples were banned by YouTube. And she was raising a hissy fit about the banning of said videos.
She's a fucking head case.
Right.
Yes, that's been pretty much a given
Proven over the
since
years.
the early 80s.
Yeah. Did you guys ever see the movie that she did back in the mid 80s that was called Who's That Girl?
Product of the 80s. Sorry, but yeah,
Oh, it's
sadly,
as a
it's
comedy.
occupies
it's
space in my
so,
brain matter.
It's so fucking funny. Oh my goodness. One of my favorite 80s movies. She played a platinum blonde. Oh. Yep, there it is.
Yeah. One of my favorites.
Yeah, I'm currently rewatching the original Miami Vice.
No.
Dude, I remember when that was the top of the line shit.
Hey, remember that girl? Don, that girl. You know,
I do.
Oh yeah, that was a good show. I used to watch that when I was a child. Mom and Dad always made me watch it.
I wasn't allowed to watch Miami Vice when I was a kid.
That girl was that Marlo Thomas.
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh wow. Yeah. I remember it.
Oh yeah, I know a ton of shows when I got one of those memories, unfortunately. So it's kind of like, yeah, a lot of TV shows. Hey, I was on the Bozo show when I was a child. So, and I even did the Buckets. So
I remember the Bozo show.
Yeah, well,
scared the fucking bejesus out of me when I first saw Bozo.
my mom got tickets the moment I turned 1, and it took all that time for us to get on that show. And then I got to do the Buckets, and I got to number 6. So it was pretty cool. Got a good prize. So I laughed about that. Had to go all the way over to Illinois to go for the Bozo show up in Chicago. So it was kind of cool.
See, Smiley, we need you. We need you driving your OBS studios there on a regular basis for color commentary.
Right.
So I don't know what your schedule looks like, but you should heed your notifications from now on out. Because hopefully, if I start doing this, then maybe we'll keep the channel up a little longer, and maybe engage you in some other types of content, URLs, shit like that. Just thinking out loud here.
Yeah, I've made a couple of aquarium videos. I got like 58 subscribers, but I've never streamed.
You're streaming now.
Oh yeah, but I've never had like my own channel with my face on it.
Well, neither have I, and that's kind of why I'm wanting to join Wiz's little network here, so that I can learn at the feet of the master. I can maybe add a little value here in extending his airtime and maybe increasing his revenues accordingly. I'm just thinking out loud here. So,
that makes sense.
That's all. I've got a few cycles to do it. I think it'd be interesting, and so that's my thinking on it. I'd like to learn more about it. What's good? What's bad? What does the admin seat look like? And then when you add StreamYards to that, and then we add other landing spots, maybe a website landing spot that did the things that we wanted it to do. I'm just thinking out loud here. All of these should be, in my humble opinion, low-hanging fruit. Again, just thinking out loud, and maybe I'd like to give them a try and see what we can do with the minimum of risk. That's just my thinking.
Yeah, we can make this more professional.
More professional, better received. Maybe more people want to see it. On that note, I'm going to have to take 2 seconds.
Okay.
To go to the little boys' room. I'll be right back.
Wash your hands.
Yeah, wash your hands.
Where are you going? The little boys' room's over there. I'm going to the men's room, Mikey.
Hey, I'm on a farm. I'm going outside. It's real easy. Go down the stairs, go outside.
I just walk out my garage door.
Yeah,
that's not the restroom. That's the window.
Yeah, the second floor. Yeah, that's gross.
Hey, I live on the second floor. That's where my bedroom is, and I freely admit I keep piss bottles around that I pour out the window. kills the grass, but it beats having to walk.
It keeps
through
out
the entire
intruders.
house to the,
Yeah, it
the
also keeps
opposite end of
away
the house.
animals and animals.
True.
Animals.
True. I can deal with it, a patch of dead grass, outside the one side of the house that's maybe, 10-foot square.
Right.
I don't give a shit. Less lawn to cut. Keeps the skunks away because they tear up the grass on that side of the house looking for grubs.
Yeah, I don't like skunks.
Well, they're generally friendly animals. I've never been sprayed by one. I even released one by hand from a live trap about a year ago, and it didn't give me any problems whatsoever. It was very friendly. But they tear up my fucking lawn on the one side of the house.
Yeah. We have a park. We're just right outside of the city. It's called Van Cortlandt Park. It connects to Westchester Park. It's a big, big trees, all stuff like that. At nighttime, there's bats all in the sky. You'll see skunks, see all types of stuff, and that's just right out of the city.
Right.
But I always worry about skunks because there's so many trees. It's like a maze, and if you turn the wrong corner and you bump into one and startle it, it might spray you just because. So I have an aquarium channel, and it's mostly there's no politics on there at all, and because the people who watch, a lot of them, they wouldn't like politics stuff, so I just keep it all aquarium stuff. I just make videos, no live streams.
You stream like an aquarium.
I take a video of my aquarium and then I edit it, like what I'm doing to change it.
Okay.
Yeah, commentate over that, because I can't record the sound live because of all the noise, because I live next to a highway. So I have to record the sound separately over it, while I'm watching the video back and then recording a voiceover. And like two different women said I have a nice voice, so I was pretty happy about that.
You could put a hydrophone in the tank.
Nice.
Yeah.
Blub, blub, blub.
I'm scuba diving.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna make more videos. I mean, it's fun. It's fun once you start seeing the viewership grow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't do much videos myself personally. Like maybe once or twice a year, I'll upload something to YouTube. But individual content is not my thing. I rather help out with the stream.
You could also use it for advertising. Your own content.
I don't have personal desire to build my channel up.
I don't need to build my channel up either, but I'm about to put some more. I'm about to put in another grow. I'm about to start my grows back perpetually.
Back to
and
back.
So, exactly. So I'll be able to, and I always have cameras on my grows because they're they're either in the shed or downstairs or something like that. So they're not, they don't sit right here with me.
Right.
So with that said, I can always use a little grow video content as filler for those, Did you? No, I didn't. I did nothing for my birthday. And that really pissed my wife off. She doesn't like it when I don't do something for myself or something on big occasions. But I did nothing. I did absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I'm not a birthday person myself. I'm the same way.
If I want something or need to go get a steak or something like that, or get a meal or need a present, I'll get
usually I end up before or after a week of my birthday, I end up getting invited to my mom's and she makes me dinner. Usually my favorite, meatloaf. But other than that, I don't want anything fancy. It's like No. I've been like that since
Well,
I turned fucking 21, pretty much.
her birthday is on the 15th of November. And so we went out and had a huge piece of meat, nice steak dinner and drinks and everything else on her birthday. Well, drinks, but and that's enough for me. I'm good with that. She was pleased with it. I'm happy with it. I ate a steak too. It was good.
I think it's
That's
funny.
all.
I get all these regular customers of mine at work that have been coming in for the last few days. Oh, did you have a nice Thanksgiving? What'd you do? I'm like, I stayed in bed. Like, what? I stayed in bed. I caught up on sleep. I didn't even eat anything on Thanksgiving. I fasted.
Aw.
Yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead.
No, we had a big bird. She always cooks, and this was her first Thanksgiving in her new kitchen, and so she went fucking nuts. She got as much bird and stuffing and everything else. We had corn and rolls and beans and fucking pie and everything else. She is a cooking machine, and it makes me just as happy as I can be. So, yeah,
That's what my mom usually does, but this year she's still kind of on the rebound from her last batch of pneumonia. So she didn't feel
There it
like
is,
making
Smiley.
a big deal, and she didn't want company over. I'm like, that's fine with me. Don't do it on my account.
Right.
We'll get together on Christmas.
What about you, Irish?
Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving turkey.
Well, didn't have that one. Again, my wife is going back to a converted vegetarian. So
Vegan?
yeah, whatever. She had a tofurkey. A tofurkey. Yeah. Vegan. Yeah, she's an ovo-vegetarian, meaning she'll eat eggs and fish, pescatarian and all that shit. So, which is fine. Me, I just had a Stouffer's turkey dinner. That's all I had. I was fine with me. Didn't have to do the bird this year because it was just me and her. So
there you go.
Fine.
Yeah, my plan was to make homemade meatloaf, but I just didn't get that enticed out of bed to do it.
Normally I have crab, Russian king crab, which I actually have shipped from Moscow. I mean, like the big kind. Like one leg is like 3 pounds. Oh yeah.
Oh,
those things are honking. That is some delicious shit, but it's like $50 a pound.
Oh no, I don't pay that
before you add shipping.
No, with the shipping and everything, it comes down to about $24 a pound, which is
wow.
And I buy a 10-pound box.
Yeah, that's still a $150, $200 box.
Yeah, so. And it's a $200 box, and there's usually about 4 pieces in there because they're that big.
So. Yeah, talking about
Good
shipping
stuff,
food like that, specialty for the holidays and shit. I use Grubhub every once in a while, like once every 2 months. They now offer nationwide delivery from famous places. I can get delivered to my door in 2 days a full deli sampler box from Katz's Deli in New York City with the world famous corned beef and pastrami and all the fixings.
So what is that? What does the delivery on that cost you?
I think it's like $200 base. I'd have to, actually put it in my shopping cart to find out what it'll, cost to ship it out. But the base price is about $200, like $180 to $200.
So, and I really have never used Grubhub or DoorDash or any of that shit. None of it. What does that cost you to have it delivered to your door? I mean, and what does that depend on?
Now,
go ahead.
As far as depending on, it has to do with the amount of drivers that are in the area at the current time that you want to make the order. The less amount of drivers, the higher the cost.
Correct.
Generally, if I get a delivery, say, okay, I got delivery from a sub shop. We have a local chain here called Penn Station Subs. I got 2 subs delivered to my work last week, and I think the order total from the restaurant was like $16. Then they add on a service fee for Grubhub, which is like $4 or $5, and then I think it was like I got some of these restaurants that they partner with will offer free delivery, so that's what I searched for, and so I got free delivery, and then you have to put a tip on there, and you can be a dick and not tip if you want, but you might not get your food. That's the way it works, and I tip generally 15 to 25%, depending on how far they have to drive.
Yeah, I'm generous as well. Yeah,
it's a little pricey, but if you don't eat out that much, you can justify it once or twice a month.
And also think about the price of gas you're paying for.
Yeah,
and from.
That's why I'm generous with the tips.
Yep.
You get better quality service if you tip better.
And it usually gets there faster.
Yeah.
So, because they get to see that before they deliver it to you, just so you're aware.
Yeah.
So mileage is not a thing, or is a thing?
No. It's not.
Not really. No. Because I get stuff delivered from like 1 or 2 towns away sometimes, and that particular restaurant just might happen to be offering the 0 delivery fee that night, so that's what I go for. Now, if the availability of drivers in the area is really low, that's when they start upping the delivery fee, and some of them are ridiculous. Like you'll see, like for someone to go to, say, an Applebee's or a TGI Fridays, the next town over, and there's not a lot of drivers, you're going to get a delivery charge of like probably $14.
Now, is $14 a high delivery charge?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Because the majority, say during regular lunch hours when there's a lot of drivers around, most restaurants, they're only charging like maybe $2 or $3 for delivery. So later in the day, the less availability you have of drivers, because they just don't have them in the area. They're unavailable. You start getting into late hours after 9 o'clock, yeah, it can add up.
So, as you know, I live in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
And I say that with tongue firmly not in cheek. I am in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Actually, I am 45 minutes out from nowhere, or Pahrump, Nevada.
Yeah.
That said,
in your case, you probably would be hard to find anybody that would deliver out to you.
Yeah. You'd be screwed.
That's my question.
Yeah.
Even for a large amount of money, say $20, $25.
Yeah, pretty much.
Part of it is set up by the restaurants. They're not going to even consider your order if you live more than say 10 miles away. Yeah, it's more of an urban, setup.
It's supposed to make it convenient. Yeah, it's supposed to be convenient for you. So local restaurants will show up on your app so that you see what's close by and that they're participating. If you can see them on your app and you're within a zone, because they'll, you can even call them just to check. And you got some crazy driver that's got nothing better to do that day.
Yeah. If you offer big enough to, like, say, like the most popular pizza joint in Pahrump, they may have someone available, but in order to get it out to you, you're going to have to tip them at least 50%.
Correct.
To go that far.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, at some point in the program, it beats me running the 45 minutes over there and the 45 minutes back, which includes
it all depends on what it's worth to you.
Exactly. At some point, it may be worth that very to me. So I'm just trying to figure out, at what point does it turn into, does it go from being crap to being value?
Correct.
Yeah.
Because everything has a point, has that point.
Oh, I agree on that.
Yeah,
But
and
I'd like to
Grubhub,
give it a shot one time.
yeah,
Go ahead.
Grubhub, it's easy to sign up for. The app's free. You just have to provide them with, debit or credit card information to activate your account. And a lot of times, I think first-time users on Grubhub usually get free delivery and like
Yeah.
a certain percentage off their order. So it would be worth it to try it out once to see if it would work for you, being as how far you are from Perup.
Yeah, I might give that a shot.
Now,
I'm not
what
there
I'm
yet.
excited about, they're branching out other than to food, like fast food or restaurants. They have convenience store deliveries. They're doing liquor deliveries.
I've seen that.
They are doing full grocery store deliveries.
Oh,
They
yeah,
will
we
go,
get liquor here.
yeah, they will go. They just started this about a month and a half ago in my area. They partnered up with the Myers super grocery store, the next town north of me. And yeah, you'll have to pay, a $6 or $7 delivery charge and give, a decent tip, 25% or more, but you can basically shop the entire fucking grocery store. Thousands of things are available. They have a dedicated shopper inside the store that'll fulfill the order and drop it off to the driver, and then they bring it to you. So I've had groceries delivered a couple of times. It actually works out pretty well.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And then they got
Well,
the retail option. Like they partnered up with Macy's. Like you can order clothes and they will come and pick it up for you.
Yep.
And Best Buy, you can buy a fucking, big screen TV and have them deliver it to you.
Yeah, it's getting too convenient.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, you'll be happy to know that the second of the 75-inch TVs that's going up on the wall arrived today. So I have two
happy birthday.
Samsung T700 series 75-inch 4K TVs that are going to go up on the wall. Gonna be fucking awesome.
This is just a personal opinion. To me, 4K looks ultra fucking weird. I cannot stand it.
Yeah, but you can't get a TV that's not 4K these days.
I'm happy with a standard 720 or a 1080.
Okay.
It's just the stuff. I've seen a couple of people that had 4K TVs, and the stuff, it just doesn't look real. It all looks like fucking CGI that's badly done. But that's just my personal opinion.
Well,
I heard
we're getting to the point where
TV anyway, so
it's all CGI anyway. So, along the points of not watching TV, I agree with you. I really don't watch a lot of TV. But TVs now, particularly big TVs like that, can be carved up into little segments of real estate and projected. I can project the weather. I can project my home automation on there. I can project other websites on there. There's now, instead of just TV, we're no longer limited to just TV. I can put 10 different video interfaces on one TV panel.
Yeah.
All of which do me various different other things, like my own automation, my own home automation, my own weather panels, any other monitoring that I might want to do of, say, my Generac generator. It's got a Wi-Fi interface, so I can monitor that, which is fucking just as cool as it can be, by the way. And of course, there's an app for that. And of course, everything's Android these days, so I can make those TVs do the app. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And don't even get me started about cameras that I'm tapping, that I'm able to view in various different ways with these big TV panels. So the big TVs are not just for TV, okay? They're for other video input monitoring sources that'll be used throughout the house at various times. That's all. People say, well, if you don't watch TV, why do you need two 75-inch TVs? Well, because I don't watch TV.
Did someone say Android?
you got an editor?
Yeah, I do some programming, but I'm working on an Android app now.
Which
I
app
see
are you
there's a
working
lot
on?
of
Nice.
I'm gonna work on a note-taking app, right? Because there wasn't any good like note-taking apps.
Yeah.
And there's a demand for it. And apparently I heard that Android owns like 70% of the market. So it's worthwhile. I mean, so that's why I'm gonna get into this more.
Well,
normally do statistics stuff, but this is actually not that bad. It's fun.
Well, you should chat with me. So there's other features too, as far as note takers are concerned. And I've got some modules that I've built.
Data.
Oh yeah. Oh, I've got a lot of stuff. I even have a program that make your life a lot easier than that we developed in-house to make apps. So in other words, takes it's kind of like, so you remember, if you all remember Front Page, everybody. Yeah, Front Page. It's a web developing program from Microsoft. My company my company in 2000 took over as far as Microsoft's call out company, and basically Front Page 2000 was modified by us, and then we actually created Expression Web. And
I just remember Visual Studio from Microsoft.
Oh yeah, no. But I'm saying for those that have built websites before.
Yeah, I've never done.
Yeah, Expression Web 4, and the reason why the number 4 is because it was the fourth series in the Microsoft Front Page area, and we had modified it so well that Microsoft just said, "Hey, can we sell that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you can sell it if you want. Just cut me in." You know what I mean? And I was making dope friggin' money. And then they changed their parameters around, and well, the long or the short of it is, it's still there. You got to really look for it in Microsoft, but it's still the best. It was still the best designing program because it did everything: PHP, apps, everything else.
Well, I really like IntelliJ because I started using it when I was studying some algorithm stuff in Java, and then eventually IntelliJ turned Java into Kotlin, and then Google adopted the whole thing, and now IntelliJ makes their main, Android Studio.
Well,
it's beautiful.
Well, you should also look at Python. I
have it.
Yeah.
When I'm doing statistics, I use Spider. I use the Spider GUI to organize everything. It's much nicer.
It's cleaner.
I've done stuff with like TensorFlow, all of that stuff, the Anaconda library.
All right, Don, I'm sorry, we're talking tech.
No, I'm a Python bash man myself, but scripting is about the only coding is as close to coding as I'll ever get, I guess. Perl, Bash, little Python.
There's still a little bit of Perl in everything in the background.
Dude, I've stolen some of the best Perl in the world. I swear I have, and made it my own.
Yeah.
I steal everybody else's Perl. I just fucking take their little shit and start making my thing out of it. That's all.
About the only kind of programming shit that I know how to do is to hit the F12 button and go through developer on a Windows and rip off MP3s and MP4s off of certain websites. That's far as my coding type shit works.
Well, I download stuff through the terminal on Linux. So it's similar to that. That's not bad.
Hey, folks, fire in the bowl, last one for the night. I'm going to have to call it here.
Sounds like a plan. Bring the bad boy.
See, this is Spider. Spider is very nice.
Spider's
Vario
clean.
plots.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when I was in the graduate program, I was using, because we were forced to really, when you start, you had to use SPSS, IBM stuff, and that's, I mean, it works, but it's it's a
It's
pain.
archaic. It's an archaic program.
Yeah, but they have this contract, and they basically force you to use it. And then I started moving out to R and then Python because Python was more general. You do a lot
Right.
more with it.
Yeah, I also have my CCIE from Cisco.
Yeah.
So,
And when I programmed experiments, we used the old software E Prime. So I was programming and modifying it in Visual Basic, which was also like archaic, but they have deals with this universities.
all right, Canoe, everybody, Don, Smiley, all. Again, my telephone number is in the private chat. If you ever want to text or talk, text first because I might be on a client call. But y'all have a good night. Give a salute, Patriots. And I'm
Evening,
out of
sir.
here. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Canoe. Thank you, Smiley, for being here and chatting. I'm out.
Always a pleasure.
Absolutely. Good night, all.
All right, man.
Good night.
See ya.
Let me grab these digits.
Yeah, I just see there's so much potential in the Android store for making cash. So I was like, if I'm programming anyway and I'm doing all that, I might as well. That's why I've been working through like a book in programming apps, doing all the examples, modifying it. And it's nice. I like the Android Studio software.
Alrighty, folks. It's been fun. It's been entertaining. It's been enlightening.
Thank you for hanging out so long.
Yep.
Much appreciated, sir. Have a wonderful evening.
Here,
Smiling.
Catch you on the flip side.
Take care, guys.
All right,
Toodles.
see ya.